Chapter 847. The fleet was the absolute main force of every civilization. The destructive efficiency of a beyond grade A was naturally not comparable to a military fleet of millions. However, the strength of an individual was different from the strength of a group. An individual with great strength had an irreplaceable role on the battlefield, just like the difference between a piece of titanium alloy and a rock. Compared to the entire fleet, a beyond grade A had strong individual combat strength, small size, and high agility. They could fight the fleet head-on and easily break through the fleet's defensive formation, cutting into the enemy's formation and executing a series of actions such as decapitation. During the battle, Han Xiao had analyzed the direction of the situation. As long as the dynasty stabilized and lasted until the Stargate was assembled, the Arcane Church would definitely launch a surprise attack on the Stargate in order to cut off the reinforcements' path. At this time, the 6 beyond grade as on the enemy side would very likely change their strategy, leaving most of them to stall the 4 from the dynasty while sending a few to attack the Stargate. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Battle was the best catalyst. After fighting for so long, the pain of the promotion had gradually subsided, and Han Xiao had gradually adapted to the changes in his body. The race evolution method for a beyond grade A was to give him 5 options and let him choose 2 of them. Then, all the talents of these 2 races would be listed, and he would be allowed to choose 1 talent from each of the 2 to merge into the talent column of the Black Star race. Compared to the previous race evolution, the race evolution after beyond grade A was less random and had more choices. It allowed for a better combination. The 2 races Han Xiao had chosen this time were Void Saint and Void Magician. Apart from the plus 45 END bonus, these 2 also gave him the attributes of the promotion. SDR plus 266, DEX plus 310, END plus 454, INT plus 537, MWS plus 372, CHA plus 177, and Energy plus 6400. With the bonuses of Grade S, Advanced Strengthened Life, Eternal Body, and Extraordinary Physique, Han Xiao's HP had already exceeded the 3 million mark. Apart from the help of his 3 teammates, Advanced Strengthened Life also provided a temporary 10% increase to all attributes every time he lost 40% of his HP. In the beginning, it was the most dangerous. He had to use the Aurora character summon card twice in order to get through the most dangerous period. When his attributes were stacked up, he was finally able to hold on. In terms of the mechanical army, his main class had changed from Emperor Mechanic to Lord Mechanic, and his machinery affinity had increased once again. With the buff from the Perfect Mechanical Sense character summon card, the combat strength of his mechanical army had a significant increase, and they were the greatest hindrance to the enemy. Among the many talents of Void Saint and Void Magician, Han Xiao purposely chose 2 talents that would be helpful to the current situation. The way he saw it, as long as he used them well and grasped the opportunity, these 2 talents would be enough to turn the situation around. The so-called opportunity was when the enemy beyond grade as split up. Dylan and Mercer were like 2 drill bits, charging into the formation of the dynasty's fleet and heading straight for the few stargates that were being constructed. Sagman and the other 3 stayed behind to hold back Han Xiao and the others. Milizors could only watch as the enemy split up. He tried to provide reinforcements but was stopped by Sagman and the others. Only Han Xiao split out a portion of his mechanical army to chase after Dylan and Mercer. The size of the Mech Legion was too large, and Sagman and the others were not able to intercept all of them. However, they were not too concerned. Dylan had 2 beyond grade As, and they would not be unable to deal with such a small group of beyond grade As. When Tarakov saw Dylan and Mercer cutting in, he immediately adjusted the formation and ordered the fleet to block their path. Although the speed of their advance was slowed down, it could not stop them from shortening the distance between them and the Stargate. Compared to a large fleet, the beyond grade As were too agile on the battlefield. Black Star, we can't go on like this. Austin and I have less and less magic, and we can't hold on forever. We can't let the Arcane Church interrupt our reinforcements. Milizors was extremely anxious. The enemy has the advantage of numbers and has the initiative, forcing us to defend, Han Xiao said with a deep voice. If we can make them lose a beyond grade A combatant, the pressure on us will be reduced to the greatest extent and cut off their hope. The enemy has been maintaining a situation where they have the advantage in numbers. We have no chance. No, I have an idea that can deal with those two. Maybe we can take the risk. Han Xiao's tone was solemn. However, Escod is only chasing after me. His ability can stop me, and he's a greater threat than the others. How high is the success rate? If Escod interferes, there might only be a 20% chance of success. However, if we're willing to invest, the success rate can be over 70%. What kind of investment? Escod's goal is to evolve. His alliance with the Arcane Church definitely involves an exchange of benefits. I know what he wants. If we give him what he wants. I understand. Let's do that. Now is not the time to be calculative. It's better than dying a slow death. Milizors agreed. All right. Han Xiao gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He glanced at Escod and suddenly opened his arms, activating one of his new talents. Void Prison. The four mags present felt a large amount of void dimension energy being released from Han Xiao's body and quickly enveloped the battlefield. The next moment, everyone realized that the space around them had become viscous, and their movements had become sluggish. After sensing for a while, the four mags realized that this was not a simple sluggish ability. The void dimension had descended and overlapped with this space, causing the space attribute of this area to be temporarily changed, forming a strange domain. The distance between them seemed to have shrunk, and they could not get close to each other no matter what. He used the power of the void dimension to rewrite this space. Ninja frowned and tried to cast a spell to get rid of the void prison domain, but he realized that the circulation of his magic had also become sluggish. Spatial freezing type of skills weren't considered rare, but due to the differences in the cause, the difficulty of dispelling them was different. As for the Void Realm Prison that came from the Void Saint, it borrowed the power of the Void Dimension to form a special domain that could be maintained for quite a long period of time. It was extremely effective against the Abrupt Face Doll. Beyond Grade A mags who could control multidimensional energy could get rid of this domain, but it was extremely troublesome to get rid of the overlapping dimensions. Even if Ninja and Taylor worked together, it would still take some time to get rid of it. This ability did not differentiate between friend and foe, and even the movements of Milizors and the Mech Legion around them were affected. Only two people could move freely. One was Han Xiao, who had the Void Dimension Esper ability, and the other was Escod, who had the Esper ability of Dimension Crevice. Escod teleported again and appeared behind Han Xiao. He gathered his Esper ability and punched toward Han Xiao's back with a playful smile on his face. This is not the first time we've fought. You don't think that such an ability will work on me, do you? Is that so? How about this? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. The fist was approaching his back, but Han Xiao did not even turn his head. Instead, he looked at the fleet battlefield in the distance and locked his eyes on Mercer. Escod felt a subtle space fluctuation coming from Han Xiao's body. The next moment, a light flashed in front of him, and Han Xiao turned into Mercer. Before Mercer could react to his sudden appearance, he was sent flying by Escod's punch. Escod was stunned for a moment before he realized what had happened. He looked at the fleet battlefield in the distance and saw that Mercer had turned into Han Xiao. Void Swap was the talent of the Void Magician. It consumed 15% of one's health and energy to forcefully swap places with a target. It had a cooldown of 320 seconds. Void Prison and Void Swap were new talents that Han Xiao had purposely combined to create this situation. A space-swapping ability. Escod was a little surprised. It was not that he had not seen such an ability before, he even had one himself. However, his Esper ability could only swap objects and was not effective on himself or others of the same level. Sagman and the others were also shocked. Since when did Blackstar have such an ability? This was not recorded in any intelligence. Everyone looked into the distance and saw the situation clearly. Their expressions changed slightly. Mercer had been swapped, which meant that Dylan was alone. Han Xiao had created a one-on-one situation, The two of them were deep in the dynasty's fleet formation and were very far away from everyone else. Coupled with the control of the Void Prison, they could not provide reinforcements immediately. Black Star actually hid such an ability. Ninja was surprised. "Break this domain as soon as possible and send people to support Dylan," Sagman said with a deep voice. If Dylan was held back, the dynasty would be able to successfully assemble the Stargate. In everyone's eyes, this was Han Xiao's goal. However, no one would have guessed that Han Xiao's real goal was to reduce the number of people in the Arcane Church. In the hearts of Sagman and the others, Black Star did not have the strength to defeat Dylan quickly. Therefore, no one thought that Han Xiao wanted to defeat Dylan by creating a one-on-one situation. If it was Milizor's, it would be more likely. Even if they guessed it, they did not think that Han Xiao could do it. After all, Dylan was a Beyond Grade A who specialized in defense and crowd control. He would not be defeated so easily. Han Xiao's vision blurred, and he had already swapped places with Mercer and appeared not far away from Dylan. The long-range troops that were sent to chase him earlier gathered together. There were about 400,000 mechanical soldiers, and they opened fire at Dylan. Psionic cannons bombarded the barrier he created with his Esper ability, creating holes in it. Although Dylan was shocked by Han Xiao's sudden appearance, he did not panic at all. He could continuously convert the seawater he stored to form an energy barrier, so his defense was very strong. The way he saw it, Black Star alone would not be able to do anything to him in a short period of time. However, he did not know how terrifying Han Xiao was when he did not hold back at all. "This is my only chance." Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. In a situation where his opponent was alone, there were no other enemies to disturb him. This was the only environment where he could attack with all his might. The next moment, Han Xiao aimed at Dylan, who was surrounded by the seawater barrier, and activated the Ames character summon card that he had been saving for a long time. A powerful force field erupted, and under the heavy pressure that had no blind spots, the seawater that formed the energy barrier shattered. Dylan was shocked to find that he was actually bound by the force field. Ames character summon card, Gaze of the Dragon. Back when he was at the Calamity grade, Han Xiao had used Ames character summon card. After that, he obtained a new blank character summon card and went to record Ames' ability. He had never encountered a situation where he needed to use it and had kept it until now. This powerful control ability could not bind an expert of the same level for too long. Dylan was currently using his Esper ability to resist the force field and could escape at any time. Han Xiao was about to continue, but at this moment, Escod teleported over again. His Dimension Crevice and Teleportation Esper ability could ignore the Void Prison and was the only one who could destroy Han Xiao's plan. However, he did not come over to protect Dylan. He only had Han Xiao's evolution cube in his eyes. This guy is indeed difficult to deal with. Han Xiao had long predicted Escod's actions and made up his mind. He activated the evolution cube that he had prepared and shot a beam of evolution energy toward Escod. Escod's expression changed, and he suddenly stopped in midair. However, his next reaction was completely different from Sagman and the others. Not only did Escod not dodge, he even took the initiative to face the evolution energy that Han Xiao shot out. The pitch-black evolution energy surged into his body, and a black cocoon spread across his body. The condition of his cooperation with the Arcane Church was to help the Arcane Church obtain the evolution cube in exchange for the right to use the evolution cube once. At this moment, Han Xiao directly shot a beam of evolution energy at him. This was Escod's dream target. He did not care about anything else and directly received it with his face. This was Han Xiao's scheme. "Since your target is my evolution energy, I'll give it to you. Do you want to continue attacking me or get the target first?" Escod was directly controlled by Han Xiao, and no one came to stop Han Xiao's actions. While Dylan was controlled by Ames' character summon card, Han Xiao directly used Void Hyperdrive to get close and threw a luck curse on Dylan. He then grabbed Dylan's shoulder and activated the Escod character summon card, Esper Silence. At this moment, the force field that Ames controlled disappeared. Dylan was about to use his Esper ability to push Han Xiao away when he suddenly realized that he could no longer feel the existence of his Esper ability. His expression changed drastically. "You, open fire." Han Xiao activated all of his explosive abilities, including gene liberation, and roared in the quantum network. The next moment, the mechanical army surrounding them opened fire at the two of them. Psionic beams focused on the two of them. Dylan was an Esper. Without his Esper ability, he was a defenseless target. Furthermore, he did not have true damage immunity. The blue ball of light suddenly expanded and exploded. When the light dissipated, Dylan was covered in blood and on the verge of death. The mechanical soldiers around him extended a nanoparticle tentacle and merged into a few huge chain-like mechanical restraints, wrapping around Dylan's limbs and pulling them straight, firmly restraining his body. All kinds of mechanical traps surrounded Dylan, releasing all kinds of gravitational and electromagnetic energy to restrict Dylan's movements. All of the mechanical soldiers' cannons were aimed at Dylan, ready to fire at any moment. Han Xiao was right behind Dylan, his arm tightly around Dylan's neck, and he stared coldly in Sagman's direction. His intention was clear: he was using Dylan's life as a threat. The expressions of Sagman, Cisco, and the others changed drastically. This change was beyond everyone's expectations. Dylan was captured by Black Star right after they started fighting. How could Black Star have such combat strength? How is this possible? Cisco's eyes widened, and his heart was in turmoil. Sagman's face was filled with shock. He finally understood that Black Star was not going to hold Dylan back but to kill him directly, to reduce their numbers. This time, the two mags from the Arcane Church finally broke free from the Void Prison. Regardless of friend or foe, they all looked at Han Xiao in shock. How did he capture a Beyond Grade A in such a short period of time? Sagman and the others did not dare continue attacking Milizors and the others, afraid that Han Xiao would kill Dylan directly. Milizors and the other two were still in shock and did not move. This is troublesome. Sagman felt troubled. Dylan was obviously heavily injured, and his life was in Black Star's hands. If they continued to fight, Dylan would definitely die, not to mention whether they could complete the mission without losing a Beyond Grade A combatant. If it was an ordinary person, they could just abandon him, but Dylan was a Beyond Grade A combatant. Both sides did not make a move, and the situation seemed to be in a stalemate. Sagman clenched his teeth and secretly gave Ninja a look. Ninja understood and secretly sent a telepathic message to Escod. Escod, continue to move. Use your teleportation to destroy the dynasty's Stargate. It was not that Sagman did not want to save Dylan, but Dylan had already been captured. If they did not resolve this, they would not be able to advance or retreat. If they wanted to break the stalemate, they could only abandon Dylan and continue the mission. However, he did not want to abandon his teammates, so it was best to let Escod take action. Escod was not from the Arcane Church. If Black Star killed Dylan because of this, it would have nothing to do with them. Only then could they break the stalemate. However, Escod ignored him and directly teleported away from the battlefield, returning to the main ship of the Fallen Ark fleet where Harkisson was. Hearing the noise, Harkisson turned around and was shocked by Escod's current appearance. Black patterns were swimming around Escod's body like small black snakes under his skin. It looked a little scary. Your Excellency Escod, you're injured? Injured? No. I feel great now. Escod smiled. The evolution energy had entered his body and was temporarily suppressed by him, which was why he did not form a cocoon on the spot. Order the fleet to retreat immediately and leave the battlefield. Harkisson was stunned. Aren't we going to continue attacking? The goal has been achieved. Let the Arcane Church restrain the dynasty's fleet. We'll retreat. Escod had achieved his goal after obtaining the evolution energy, so there was no need to continue working together. He could not wait to find a safe place to enter his evolution state. How would he have the time to fight with the Arcane Church? Escod knew that this was Han Xiao's scheme, but as long as his goal was achieved, he did not mind falling for it. Suppressing the evolution energy would affect his own combat strength. The way he saw it, completing his evolution was more important than dealing with Black Star. As for credibility, since when did we have such a thing? The Fallen Ark fleet immediately ceased fire. No matter how the Arcane Church's commander roared, it could not change their behavior of retreating from the battlefield. Seeing this, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Escod's integrity really did not disappoint. Satisfying Escod's request was a last resort. He was the strongest person present, and as long as Escod was around, the situation would always be dangerous. His teleportation ability was too big of a threat to the Stargate, so they had to think of a way to make him leave the battlefield. Let's get through this crisis first, then think of a way to deal with Escod in the future. He cooperated with the Arcane Church, so the dynasty will not let him go so easily. Han Xiaoshin was certain and did not hesitate. On the other side, Escod's escape also shocked the people of the Arcane Church. Escod. Sagman was furious, and his expression was extremely ugly. In just a short while, the situation that they had the upper hand suddenly changed. One was captured, and the other escaped. Of the 7 beyond grade as, only 5 were left in the blink of an eye. And the one who caused the situation to change was Han Xiao. Sagman gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Chapter 848. The fallen ark stopped the exchange of fire, and the millions of quadrangular pyramid spaceships turned into streams of hyperdrive, leaving the battlefield of Planet Lighthouse and disappearing in the blink of an eye. This action of betraying one's teammates had clearly been practiced countless times. As Escod fled with his troops, the situation of the battle instantly changed. After losing their powerful external aid, the number of battleships on the Arcane Church's side was reduced by almost half. At this time, the defenders of Planet Lighthouse had already retracted all the outer fleets and shrunk the defense line. The size of the fleets of both sides was now equal, and the Arcane Church could no longer suppress Escod. Damn it! Sagman clenched his teeth as he watched this scene, but he was filled with helplessness. He was not in the mood to blame Escod for betraying their alliance. He knew that although both sides were working together, the upper echelons of the Arcane Church did not have much hope in Escod. It was precisely because they were full of confidence in Escod's integrity that they gathered 6 beyond grade as to launch a surprise attack with the 10,000 deity scepter, intending to end the battle before Escod entered the battlefield. In fact, according to the calculations of the Arcane Church, the success rate of Sagman and the others' operation was really high. 6 against 3, they had the upper hand. As long as they used the 10,000 deity scepter to make Milazors lose his ability to fight, the plan would have succeeded by 80%, and capturing 3 beyond grade as of the dynasty alive would not be impossible. However, what they did not expect was that Han Xiao's backup plan had taken effect. Austin, who had been observing in the dark, intervened and turned the situation from 3 against 6 into 4 against 6. Although there was only one more person, it greatly reduced the strength of the 6 from the Arcane Church. More importantly, the 10,000 deity scepter was actually countered by Black Star's strange method and even sealed. If not for that, we would have probably captured Black Star, snatched the evolution cube, and retreated with the fleet. This thought flashed through the minds of Sagman and the others, and they became more and more frustrated. Observing the current unfavorable situation, Sagman only felt a headache coming on. If it was just Escod retreating, the remaining 6 of them actually still had a chance to complete the mission. This was because Escod's participation in the previous battle was not completely useless. After fighting for so long, Milazor's injuries had worsened, and his combat strength had decreased greatly. Austin's Palace of Hidden Spells had been damaged to a certain extent, and many magic circuits had malfunctioned, causing a large number of magic circles to fail. Bioni was also not in a good state, and only Black Star was still holding on. However, his mech legion had also suffered heavy losses. Meanwhile, the 6 of them were still in good condition. At the very least, they had preserved more of their combat power than Han Xiao's group of 4. If they continued fighting, their chances of winning were still very high. However, Dylan had been captured by Black Star, which made Sagman's plan fail. In this battle, Black Star displayed a new ability that was not mentioned in the intelligence report. Sagman had to admit that he was indeed wary of Black Star. He did not know what other trump cards this guy had up his sleeves. What do we do now? Ninja frowned and asked in the psychic communication network. Sagman's gaze swept across the gigantic galactic battlefield and saw the scene of the fleet exchanging fire. He saw that the Arcane Church fleet had turned from advancing layer by layer to a stalemate, unable to break through the dynasty's heavy defenses and attack the Stargate that they were assembling. His face was green, and his tone sounded like he was chewing on steel. "Inform the commander, we're retreating." "You're abandoning Dylan?" Sisko's eyes were filled with hostility. "Sagman is right." Ninja nodded. "Dylan has been captured, and Escod has retreated. It's now 5 against 4, and the enemy still has a hostage. Our plan to end the battle quickly has failed. There are only 2 paths before us. One is to continue fighting, and the other is to retreat decisively. The enemy's condition is not good. If we continue fighting, there's no doubt that we'll definitely win. However, time is a problem. We've already lost 2 combatants, and it'll be difficult to end the battle in a short period of time. Don't forget, the flickering world is the dynasty's territory. We don't have any foundation here and only have the secret Stargate as our escape route. The longer we fight, the greater the risk. Furthermore, Escod wants to use us to cover the retreat. We can't let him succeed," Taylor chimed in. "Then, Dylan, the risk of saving him is too great. It might provoke Blackstar to kill people, so we can only leave him behind. At least he can keep his life. After this, we can only rely on the Arcane Church to negotiate with the Red Empire." Ninja shook his head. Even if the dynasty was willing to exchange the hostage, the Arcane Church would definitely pay a huge price. Furthermore, the dynasty might not be willing to do so. His good friend was in the hands of Blackstar, and he did not know how the dynasty would treat him. Sisko was in a terrible mood. "Let's retreat while the dynasty is still building the Stargate." Sagman paused and said with a complicated tone, "Inform the upper echelons that this operation has failed." As soon as these words were said, everyone's mood sank. 6 against 4, and they were even captured by the enemy. This was a huge loss of face. The operation that was supposed to succeed had actually failed, and the 10,000 deity scepter was even heavily injured. What would the upper echelons of the Arcane Church think of them? Almost every step that turned the situation around was done by Han Xiao. If looks could kill, Sagman and the others would have already pierced him full of holes. Although they did not want to admit it, they knew that they were forced to retreat by Blackstar. Sisko looked at the heavily injured Dylan from afar with an apologetic look in his eyes. Seeing his eyes, Dylan knew that he had been abandoned. The feeling of being abandoned did not feel good. Thinking of how he would be treated after becoming a captive, his heart kept sinking. The effect of Esper silence had passed, and Dylan's Esper ability had recovered. However, the previous round of attacks with true damage had all landed on his body. Without the continuous defensive barrier of his Esper ability, his body was not tanky enough, and he was heavily injured. If not for the fact that Han Xiao wanted to capture him alive, he felt that he would have been killed. He could not help but feel lingering fear. At this moment, Han Xiao was right in front of Dylan, and his arm around Dylan's neck contained explosive strength. Dylan was not a pugilist, and although his physique was far beyond a calamity grade, it was nothing compared to a beyond grade A coupled with the various mechanical traps. Dylan could not break free at all. Furthermore, the mechanical army was aiming at him, so fighting back would be playing with his life and Blackstar's life. Sagman's group of 5 retreated toward the Arcane Church's fleet, entering their spaceships and retreating with the Arcane Church's fleet. The retreat was organized and did not reveal any flaws. The Arcane Church's fleet relied on their superior mobility to gradually break free from the entanglement and pull away from the dynasty's fleet. Milizors and the other 2 came to Blackstar's side, and Bioni felt a sense of relief. "Luckily, you caught one of the enemies beyond grade as, or they wouldn't have retreated so easily. This guy is the Arcane Church's Sea Spirit Dylan. His combat strength is not bad, but you caught him so quickly. What did you do to him?" Han Xiao looked at Bioni strangely. "Trust me, you're not unfamiliar with this move at all. Back when they fought against Escod in the Central Galaxy, Bioni had been hit by the real version of Esper Silence, and the memory was still fresh in his mind. However, he did not expect Han Xiao to use this ability as well. Esper silence was the nemesis of espers, and there were probably not many espers in the entire universe who could defeat a Escod in a one-on-one fight. Han Xiao had a total of 2 chances to use the Escod character summon card. After using it once on Dylan, Han Xiao planned to save it for Escod the next time. Before the battle, he had drawn 2 blank character summon cards, but he did not use them on Escod. After all, Escod had collected too many Esper abilities, and the possibility of drawing Esper Silence the second time was too slim. Drawing random abilities would not be of much use to him, and he still needed to copy Reynolds' perfect mechanical sense. On the other side, Milazors looked at Sagman and the others retreating and asked with a deep voice, "Sagman and the others have escaped. Do we chase after them? Don't count me in if you chase after them." Austin tightened his robe and calmly said, "Black Star, I have already repaid the favor I owed you. Now, you owe me a huge favor." "I know." Han Xiao was helpless. To be honest, if not for Austin keeping his promise, the dynasty would have definitely lost people. Austin nodded with satisfaction. He then turned around to look at the forbidden sorcerers who had suffered heavy losses, and a pained expression appeared in his eyes. These people were all his elites, and it was extremely difficult to nurture them. As for the heavily damaged Palace of Hidden Spells, Austin did not feel any heartache at all. He just needed to spend some time to repair it, and he did not care about the cost of the materials. As a noble mage who had broken away from lowly interests, earning money was as easy as breathing. Austin was not an ally of the dynasty, so it was not good for him to ask others for help. Milazors then looked at Bioni and asked, "What about you? Don't look for me for anything risky." Bioni rejected him directly. What a joke. It was not easy for him to get through this crisis, and the enemy had already retreated. He did not want to be in danger again. It would be better to stay here and wait for reinforcements. "You're really a coward," Milazors said with disdain. "I'm the most fragile. I'm afraid of death. Is that enough?" Bioni snorted and turned to look at Han Xiao. "Are you going to chase after them? What do you think?" Han Xiao's mouth twitched. "Since neither Austin nor you are going, what's the point of chasing after them? Since none of you are going." Milazors suddenly changed the topic and said with a relieved tone, "I'm relieved." The 3 of them all looked at him. "What are you looking at? Do you see the hole in my chest? I'm the most heavily injured. Are you guys going to force me to chase after them and get beaten up? Can you be more considerate of this old dragon?" Han Xiao was speechless. "Since you're not going yourself, why the hell did you ask?" However, that was indeed the case. Other than him, the other 3 were not in good condition. The risk of chasing after them was too high. It was no wonder they were unwilling. This time, Tarakov also contacted them and said with a shocked tone, "Black Star, you captured a Beyond Grade A from the Arcane Church? It's as you can see." Han Xiao turned to look in the direction of the flagship and casually touched Dylan's head. It was wet and slippery, but it was quite round. "Very good. You made the Arcane Church pay the price. This way, we have a bargaining chip in our hands." Tarakov's tone became excited. He paused for a while and became serious again. "The Arcane Church is retreating. I'll send out troops to chase after them. You guys stay here and wait for orders. Don't go chasing after the enemy. Don't worry. Even if you beg us, we won't go." Han Xiao was helpless. "That's for the best." Tarakov nodded. After resolving the surprise attack of the Arcane Church, not only did they not lose any of their high-level combatants, Black Star even captured the enemy beyond Grade A, making a huge contribution. Tarakov did not want them to chase after the enemy. The Stargate was to be assembled near Planet Lighthouse. This thing needed to be marked in space and could not be used while moving. If the Arcane Church made a feint and suddenly counterattacked after leaving Planet Lighthouse's range to lure the enemy in, it would increase the risk and might even ruin the advantage that Black Star had worked so hard to gain. Tarakov was not in a hurry to chase after the Arcane Church. As a veteran, he preferred to play it safe. Therefore, he only planned to send out scouts to chase after the Arcane Church and lock onto their escape route. As for Black Star and the others, they would stay on Planet Lighthouse and wait for reinforcements to arrive. This was the safest way and would not give the enemy any chance. After the fallen Ark left, the Arcane Church fleet also left the battlefield and turned into a stream of light. Tarakov sent out a small team to chase after them while the rest guarded the engineering team and assembled the Stargate step by step. The enemy retreated, and the flames of war were finally extinguished. Han Xiao and the others all heaved a sigh of relief and flew back to their battleships to calculate the losses of their troops. At the same time, Tarakov contacted the upper echelons of the dynasty and reported the results of the battle. On the mother planet of the dynasty in the central galaxy, ever since the news of Planet Lighthouse being attacked by the Arcane Church was sent back, it caused an uproar among the upper echelons of the dynasty. Uranril directly gathered all the generals in the conference room, and those who were not present used remote projections to participate in the meeting. Everyone was gathered in the same room, and everyone was excited. Tarakov's first report of the battle showed that they were facing a pincer attack from 7 beyond grade as, the Arcane Church, and the Fallen Ark fleet. The difference in strength was too great, and the situation was extremely dangerous. The upper echelons in the room had already analyzed the situation. Including Uranril, most of them felt that Planet Lighthouse was hopeless and would most likely be wiped out by the Arcane Church. The 3 beyond grade as of the dynasty would either be killed or captured alive. At this moment, everyone was discussing how the dynasty should react to this matter. Her Excellency is right. The Arcane Church and the Radiant Federation worked together to attack our army, killing Marshal Tarakov and 3 beyond grade as. We have to take revenge with an iron fist. Many of the upper echelons agreed. Tarakov had a lot of prestige in the military, and it was very likely that he would be sacrificed this time. Many of his old comrades were filled with the flames of revenge. Uranril also nodded expressionlessly. As soon as she received the news, Uranril had decided to take revenge on the Arcane Church. The dynasty's dignity had been challenged, and they had suffered heavy losses. Under such circumstances, they could not let this matter rest. Otherwise, the dynasty's prestige would hit rock bottom, and their allies would lose their loyalty. Most of the dynasty's soldiers were strong-willed, and most of them agreed with the idea of taking revenge. However, even for a strong civilization like the dynasty, there were still different opinions. A small portion of the people present did not agree with the idea of taking revenge. They were not against the idea of taking revenge but felt that the dynasty's forces should not be too intense with the flickering world. If they really started a universal war, the dynasty would be in an even more disadvantageous position. Just as everyone was arguing, a new remote projection suddenly appeared in the conference room. It was Tarakov. All the upper echelons present immediately stopped talking and focused on him. Your Excellency, Planet Lighthouse has been defended. The Arcane Church and the Fallen Ark troops have been defeated by us. The battle is over, and we're still calculating the losses. Milizors, Bioni, and Blackstar are all fine. Tarakov nodded to everyone present. Hearing this, all the upper echelons present were shocked. You guys defeated all the enemies? Uranril raised her brows, and a hint of surprise flashed through her eyes. Tell me the details. Tarakov nodded and gave a concise account of the battle without adding any details. As they listened, everyone's expression changed. They all noticed the great contributions that Blackstar had made in this battle. Secretly arranging to help Austin, stopping the 10,000 deity scepter, capturing Dylan. The Arcane Church's methods were all neutralized by Blackstar. It could be said that if not for Blackstar, the 3 beyond grade as of the dynasty would not have been able to survive, and the enemy would have really succeeded. The upper echelons of the dynasty exchanged glances and had a deep impression of Han Xiao. To be able to turn the tables in such a desperate situation, this new ally of the dynasty seemed to be quite ferocious. Uranril narrowed her eyes. This battle was caused by Blackstar, and she was originally a little dissatisfied. Losing 2 of the dynasty's beyond grade as for Blackstar was not worth it. However, Blackstar's achievements made her speechless. He even managed to capture one of the enemies beyond grade as, giving the dynasty a bargaining chip. She could not be picky about this result, and the grudge in her heart disappeared. She could not help but admire Han Xiao. However, Urinril would not show it on her face. She nodded slowly without changing her expression. Pass down my order. Mobilize all the dynasty's fleets in the flickering world to pursue the enemy. Also, mobilize the troops in the shattered star ring. If necessary, attack the Stargate stronghold of the Arcane Church in the shattered star ring. Try to finish them off before they return to the central galaxy. Also, Urinril paused. Tell Blackstar to talk to me directly later. At the same time, the upper echelons of the Arcane Church also received the battle report. Chapter 849. A few minutes earlier, on the mother planet of the Arcane Church on the bright silver spiral arm, in the round table hall, the bishops gathered again and sat in their respective seats, resting with their eyes closed. The authority of the Arcane Church was the same as the authority of the king, and faith and politics were inseparable. The bishops held a lot of power, and the robes of every bishop were very luxurious, with different styles, colors, and patterns, representing the faith that every bishop was in charge of. The impact of this operation was huge, so the bishops were personally in charge. It had been some time since the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device had sent out the fleet. The Arcane Church did not have a quantum network in the flickering world and needed a special method to send back information. Therefore, the bishops were still waiting for good news from Sagman and the others. One of the bishops looked at the time, nodded, and said, "They should have succeeded already. It's about time, but why is there still no news?" Another bishop was confused. Maybe they're counting the gains. Someone started the conversation, and the rest discussed softly. They did not think that there would be any accidents in this operation. The way they saw it, the cooperation between the Arcane Church and the Radiant Federation this time, using the 10,000 deity scepter and the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device, as well as the external Aegis god as protection. Their fleet was more than twice the size of planet lighthouses, and their beyond grade A strength was 7-3. Although the other party had one of the three pillars of the dynasty, Milizors, they had Light Beam Sagman, Divine Spell Ninja, and the infamous Escod on their side. Their quality and quantity far exceeded the enemy's, so there was no reason for them to lose. This time, the door of the room suddenly opened. The dome of the round table hall was very high, and the door was also 10 meters tall. It was pure white and did not seem to be made of metal but smooth white jade. However, there was no gap between the door and the door, just like a wall. At this time, this white door started to turn into foam from the middle and shrank to the sides, making a bubbling sound like liquid. However, it did not open completely, only revealing a 2-meter wide gap. A figure walked into the room with his back against the light, and this gap closed behind him. The bishops stopped talking and stood up one after another, bowing their heads respectfully to this person. "Your Excellency." This person was the highest leader of the Arcane Church. Hierarch was just a title in the interstellar language. In the language of the Arcane Church, the position of Hierarch was called Osamadatron, which meant the preaching God's pastoral Holy Spirit. The head instructor nodded and walked to the main seat. The seat was a floating white sphere. He sat down, and the sphere seemed to be soft. It sank down and adjusted itself according to his body shape, adapting to his body structure and becoming the most suitable seat for him. Only then did the bishops sit down. Seeing that the hierarch had only come to wait for news and had no intention of speaking, they did not continue the discussion. After waiting for a while, light spots suddenly appeared in the middle of the round table and gathered together to form the remote projection of the fleet commander. The fleet had finally sent a battle report. The fleet commander saluted with a stiff expression. "Pope, bishops, the battle is over. We are retreating." Come back with the evolution cube. "We will send troops to pick you up," said a bishop who was more impatient. Hearing this, the fleet commander opened his mouth with an awkward expression. Seeing this, everyone was confused. The commander they had sent this time was also an elite of the military. Why was he so embarrassed? "Did something happen to you?" someone asked. "Yes, we did not complete the mission. This operation failed," the fleet commander replied. The upper echelons had used so many resources to give them an advantage. However, They did not even complete a single mission given by the upper echelons. Not only that, they even lost a beyond grade A super. The commander felt that this was too embarrassing. Furthermore, he knew that his future was probably over. You failed. The bishops were in an uproar. They had used so many resources and had such a huge advantage, yet they still failed. Please kill yourself. Tell us the details. How did you fail? We gave you 2 missions, which were to snatch the evolution cube and kill Milizors and the other beyond grade as of the dynasty. Don't tell me you did not complete either of them. Yes, we did not defeat Blackstar and the other 2, did not snatch the evolution cube, and did not kill or capture any of the dynasties beyond grade as, the bishops' faces twitched. They did not snatch the evolution cube. Alright, after all, Blackstar had dispelled Cisco's psychic senses, so it was not impossible for them to fail. However, they should have at least killed a beyond grade A, right? They could not even fulfill this minimum requirement. Did they think that they cooperated with the Radiant Federation and spent so much money to borrow the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device just to send them there for a holiday? A bishop could not help but ask, you brought the 10,000 deity scepter this time. How could you not even kill a beyond grade A? Did Sagman and the others not use it? No, they did. Then how did it end up like this? It's Blackstar. Sagman and the others originally wanted to use the 10,000 deity scepter to heavily injure Milizors, but Blackstar used some method to block the attack of the 10,000 deity scepter. The bishops frowned. It was not that the 10,000 deity scepter could not be defended, but most methods would be penetrated. They had seen the intelligence on Blackstar and understood Blackstar's abilities. He did not seem to have the means to block the 10,000 deity scepter. Furthermore, this was the first time the 10,000 deity scepter had been used against him. Before this, Blackstar did not know the nature of the 10,000 deity scepter's attack, nor did he know that they would use this weapon. Thus, it was unlikely that he would have made any preparations beforehand. There's one more thing. The 10,000 deity scepter was sealed by Blackstar using some unknown method. Sagman and the others said that they could not dispel it. This is the specific situation. As he spoke, the fleet commander pressed the communicator and displayed the current state of the 10,000 deity scepter. The expressions of the bishops changed. The 10,000 deity scepter was their trump card to deter beyond grade as, but it was actually sealed by some kind of substance. No energy could penetrate it. Even beyond grade A mags could not dispel it. What kind of strange substance was this? One of the bishops suppressed his anger and said with a deep voice, useless. Bring the 10,000 deity scepter back for research. This time, another person knocked on the table and questioned, you can't use the 10,000 deity scepter, but you still have 7 beyond grade as. You still have the ability to deal with the enemy. Why did you retreat when you did not complete the mission? The fleet commander's expression was ugly. He clenched his teeth and said, everyone, the enemy has more than 3 beyond grade as. We did not know beforehand that Blackstar had secretly reached an agreement with Austin. He had been on standby near Planet Lighthouse and participated in this battle. Escod was bribed by Blackstar and escaped at the last minute, taking his troops with him. Dylan was captured by Blackstar. If this continued, the dynasty's reinforcements would have arrived. We were forced to retreat. After hearing the fleet commander's hasty description of the battle, the bishops could no longer sit still. Their faces were green with shock and anger. The failure of the mission was already infuriating enough, but not only did you not complete the mission, you even lost a beyond grade A? A bunch of trash. If not for the fact that they were beyond grade as, a few of the bishops would have cursed out loud. This time, the Pope, who had been silently listening, spoke with an expressionless face. Dispatch troops to reinforce the shattered star ring and prevent the dynasty from destroying our local Stargate stations. We must bring Sagman and the others back to the central galaxy and send reinforcements to prevent the Red Empire from intercepting us midway. At the same time, strengthen the border defense of the Bright Silver Arm to prevent the dynasty from retaliating. Inform the troops stationed in the various starfields to enter a state of alert. Then, the Pope stood up, flicked his sleeves, and left. Although he did not show any emotions on his face, the bishops knew the Pope's personality very well. He was probably extremely angry. At the same time, the Radiant Federation also received the news. The Arcane Church failed. President Badder was a little shocked. He browsed through the intelligence report and narrowed his eyes. How unexpected. The chief elder tapped his walking stick and said with a strange tone, under such circumstances, the Arcane Church was actually defeated by Planet Lighthouse. Isn't that a little too useless? Badder did not reply. He swiped his finger on the virtual screen and brought up Blackstar's information. He slowly said, instead of saying that the Arcane Church was defeated by Planet Lighthouse, it's better to say that they fell in the hands of Blackstar. Tarakov is a famous commander of the Red Empire and is good at defense. With less than half of the enemy's fleet, he should have been able to hold on for some time. This isn't strange. The real breakthrough was the battlefield of the Beyond Grade as. Blackstar turned the situation around, which changed the entire situation. The Arcane Church lost a Beyond Grade A TSK. They suffered a huge loss this time. The chief elder gloated. Badder also smiled. Although he was cooperating with the Arcane Church, he could not wait to see both sides suffer. No matter how the Red Empire and the Arcane Church fought, the Radiant Federation would still benefit. After all, they did not send out any troops and only lent the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device once. Even if the dynasty wanted to take revenge, they would mainly deal with the Arcane Church. They would not do anything too extreme to the Radiant Federation. Your Excellency, what do you plan to do next? Badder crossed his arms and rested his chin on his hand. After pondering for a while, he slowly said, the Crimson Dynasty will not let go of the Arcane Church's assault team so easily. Mobilize our troops and allies in the Shattered Star Ring to participate in the dynasty's follow-up pursuit. You plan to help the Arcane Church escape back? No, our cooperation with the Arcane Church was only limited to borrowing the teleportation device. That was just a transaction, and since the transaction is over, there is no need to continue the cooperation. Badder's eyes flashed. Help the dynasty intercept the Arcane Church fleet. The chief elder shook his head helplessly. Too bad, betraying their partner so quickly. However, they were not allies with the Arcane Church in the first place. They were only targeting the dynasty while the dynasty was exploring the flickering world. The three universal civilizations had always been competitors. If there were benefits, they would cooperate. If there were no benefits, they would fight. Everyone was used to it. The chief elder thought of something and chuckled. Speaking of which, the biggest winner this time seems to be Asgod. I don't think so. It's just a chance to use the evolution cube. That little gain is nothing. Badder looked at Han Xiao's information again and slowly said, the Arcane Church is in the wrong, and the dynasty will definitely make a statement on this matter. Then, Blackstar's achievements in this battle will spread throughout the entire universe. Killing or capturing a Beyond Grade A of the same level will have a completely different deterrent effect. Furthermore, the Arcane Church was mainly targeting him this time, but he forced them to retreat. This is equivalent to stepping on the Arcane Church's position, and his influence will increase tremendously. Not only that, he made a huge contribution in this battle, and his position in the dynasty will greatly increase. Blackstar is the biggest winner this time. As soon as the battle ended, when the upper echelons of the three universal civilizations received the battle report, Han Xiao flew into a Blackstar Corps battleship and told Philip to count the losses and gather the officers. The Blackstar Corps did not have many fleets left on Planet Lighthouse. During the battle, the dynasty's fleet was the main force, so the number of battleships lost was not many. On the other hand, the Calamity-grade Blackstar Guards all took action, so it was unknown if they suffered any losses. Walking into the cabin, Aurora was already waiting there. As soon as she saw Han Xiao, she immediately pounced over and bumped into him. Aurora stood on her tiptoes and hugged him, her hands tightly around his waist. It's great that you're fine. I was so worried. Aurora still had some lingering fear in her voice. She buried her head in Han Xiao's embrace as though she wanted to crawl into Han Xiao's 8-pack. Smelling the fresh scent on Aurora's body, Han Xiao's tensed nerves gradually relaxed. Facing 7 beyond grade as at the same time was extremely dangerous. Not only was he being beaten up, but he also had to endure the pain of his promotion. Only now that he relaxed did he feel a wave of fatigue. His body was aching all over, and the pain of his promotion had not completely disappeared. Looking down at Aurora and feeling the softness in his arms, Han Xiao felt much better. He raised his hand and rubbed Aurora's head. Her soft hair was extremely smooth to the touch. "Where's your sister? Is she okay?" I've given her life force a few times. She's still alive." At this time, the hatch opened again, and Hela walked in with a group of Black Star guards. Everyone was injured, but no one was dead. This was all thanks to the life force potion that Aurora had made. Every Black Star guard was equipped with some Aurora's potion, which was enough to protect the lives of these calamity-grade Black Star guards. Aurora turned around and looked out from the gap between Han Xiao's arms. She saw that Hela was injured and bleeding. She hurriedly left Han Xiao's embrace and ran over. "Ah, sister, you're injured. Let me heal you." Hela waved her hands and rejected her. "The battle is over. These small injuries will recover after some time. Don't waste your life force." As she spoke, she turned around and looked at the Black Star guards behind her. "You guys are not allowed to use it either." Except for Fu Ding. Hardaway and the others were still hoping that Aurora would heal them, but after hearing Hela's words, they could only give up. "Why should I be an exception?" Fu Ding pointed at his head with a helpless expression. "Don't misunderstand. Chen Xing wanted me to ask. Black Star said that you were lucky and told us to rub off on you," Hela said honestly. Then, Hela turned to look at Han Xiao and sized him up. Seeing that he did not lose any limbs, she heaved a sigh of relief. Her red lips moved slightly as though she wanted to say something, but she did not say anything in the end and only nodded. This time, Hardaway suddenly asked, "I heard that you captured a Beyond Grade A. Where is he?" As soon as this was said, everyone became curious. This was the first time their army commander had defeated a Beyond Grade A in a head-on battle. They all wanted to see the Beyond Grade A captive. Han Xiao smiled and had the mechanical army bring Dylan in. Dylan's entire body was bound by machinery like a steel mummy. Only his face was exposed. This bit of restraint could not restrict the movements of a Beyond Grade A, but Dylan knew that he had been abandoned. He was in the enemy's camp, and his teammates had fled. Resistance was meaningless, so he could only accept his fate and accept the reality of being a captive. The Black Star guards all came up to size him up, making comments about him and discussing him spiritedly. He was defeated in one move. "He's so weak. Do you know how to speak?" "It's clearly because the army commander is too strong," Hardaway said angrily. Yes. You're the one with the higher awareness." Dylan's expression was ugly. He was a Beyond Grade A, but he was being looked at like an animal. He could not help but want to use his Esper ability to teach these calamity grades a lesson. Even if he was defeated, it was not their turn to humiliate him. "You want to resist?" Han Xiao sensed the energy fluctuation and had an unfriendly expression. "Tell your subordinates to scram," Dylan roared. "Don't think that you can humiliate me just because you captured me. Even if I'm controlled by you, I can still easily kill them." "Oh, you reminded me. It doesn't seem safe to tie you up like this." Han Xiao's lips curled up, and he took out the space-time amber. With a hook of his other finger, he made Dylan hover in midair. The Black Star guards knew the effect of this thing, and they all had mocking expressions as they backed away. Seeing everyone's mocking expressions, Dylan suddenly had a bad feeling. He asked cautiously, "What are you planning to do?" "Don't worry, you're already a captive. Not only will I not hurt you, but I will also protect your safety." Han Xiao chuckled. "Trust me, I will definitely not let you get hurt." After activating the space-time amber, after a while, the frozen area finally covered Dylan's entire body. Han Xiao immediately cut off the energy transmission. Dylan was now a captive, so he had enough time to create an amber ball. The next moment, the mutated space-time solidified, and the amber ball instantly took shape, freezing Dylan within. His shocked expression froze. This way, There's no need to waste manpower watching over you. Han Xiao chuckled. Hardaway knocked on the amber ball and chuckled. Can you kill me so easily now? Dylan was frozen, but he still maintained his perception of the outside world and his ability to think. Realizing that he could not move, he was shocked. So, this is the ability to seal the 10,000 deity scepter. This is not Black Star's own ability. Black Star has another universal treasure other than the evolution cube. After teasing the immobile Dylan for a while, the Black Star guards dispersed. After the big battle, everyone was exhausted and went back to rest. Watching them leave, Han Xiao stopped smiling and opened the interface. Only now did he have the time to calculate the losses and gains of this battle. Recommended book, Heaven's Descent by 30 Feet of Red Dust. The main character is a muscular and cute guy with a girth around his waist. He's really reckless. Introduction. Yi Chen traveled through 10,000 years of time and space and was reborn into the era of the Great Descent where humans dominated the 10,000 realms. With the help of the attribute points he received from his transmigration, he dominated the 10,000 realms. Chapter 850. The Arcane Church really went all out this time, squeezing out a lot of my trump cards. Han Xiao got the mechanical assistant to take out a few dozen tubes of special nutrition paste from the fridge and placed them on the table. He grabbed a tube, casually opened it with his teeth, and poured it into his stomach. As soon as it entered his stomach, it was broken down and absorbed without any aftertaste. After the battle earlier, although his injuries recovered quickly, his stamina was greatly depleted. His boiling blood had just cooled down, and every cell in his body was transmitting the desire of hunger to his brain through nerve signals. Eating some nutrition paste would speed up the recovery of his stamina. The most dangerous stage had passed, but Han Xiaoxin knew that the battle was not over yet. The Arcane Church descended from the sky through the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device of the Radiant Federation, but when they returned, they would have to take a spaceship and cross the universe. With the dynasty's personality, there was no way they would let the 6 beyond grade as of the Arcane Church go home. 5 of them. Therefore, when Tai Tai and the others arrived, the roles changed. It was their turn to chase Sagman and the others. Under the pursuit of hundreds of millions of dynasty soldiers in the flickering world, it would not be so easy for the people from the Arcane Church to successfully escape. Even if they escaped from the flickering world, the shattered star ring was still waiting for them. That was the headquarters of the Klent Kingdom, Bloodshedland, and Black Star Corps. Having received such a huge gift, Han Xiao was not stingy at all. He had already made up his mind to mobilize all the forces of the Black Star Corps and his deep network in the Shattered Star Ring to return the favor. While thinking, Han Xiao looked at the interface and calculated the losses that the Arcane Church had caused him this time. Leveling up during the EXP penalty period had consumed a large amount of EXP. Even with Han Xiao's foresight, he could not help but feel his heart ache at the amount of EXP lost. A 40% EXP loss was almost half of his EXP. As a thrifty and simple person, he did not like to waste EXP. If he used this EXP loss to upgrade his blueprints and skills, he could obtain a lot of potential points. In terms of character summon cards, Reynold, Aurora, and Aim's character summon cards had all been used up. Escod and Heba only had one character summon card left. These were all powerful trump cards, especially Escod's Esper Silence character summon card. This was the nemesis of Escod. One less character summon card meant that he had one less trump card against Escod. Furthermore, Escod was the winner of this attack. Because of the Arcane Church's actions, he had no choice but to satisfy Escod's needs and force Escod to retreat from the battlefield. With the nourishment of the evolution energy, Escod would become even more difficult to deal with. He might even be able to touch the threshold of the so-called higher level. This would affect his plan to deal with Escod. His plan was disrupted, and he was a little annoyed. However, the mission this time at least rewarded me with 3 unknown character summon cards. Together with the 2 blank character summon cards and 1 skill upgrade card that I randomly drew, I should be able to make up for some of the losses. Han Xiao shook his head. His mechanical army also suffered great losses. A large number of mechanical soldiers had died, and it would take some time to replenish them. On the other hand, because Han Xiao purposely did not allow them to participate in direct battles between beyond grade as, there were not many casualties. Compared to other mechanical armies, mechanical lives with the ability to grow had greater potential. It would be too much of a pity if they were destroyed in such a one-sided battle. After all, they were little lives that he had painstakingly sown. For this, he had even experienced the feeling of kidney deficiency many times. It was enough to let his mechanical army be the cannon fodder. In a sense, this battle had started because of Han Xiao. If any beyond grade as died because of this, the dynasty would definitely be unhappy. Thankfully, with Austin's help, they were only injured and did not die. Han Xiao could also answer to this. This way, he would owe Austin a huge favor, which was not entirely a bad thing. Sometimes, owing someone a favor could actually improve one's relationship. Austin was originally a neutral party, but after this battle, he had provoked the Arcane Church, so it would be very difficult for him to continue being a bystander. Although he would not go as far as to immediately surrender to the dynasty, after this incident spread, all the organizations in the universe would mark him as a member of the dynasty, and he would not be able to keep a low profile like before. Han Xiao could not help but think of Cisco, and his expression became a little strange. In that case, Austin has become close to the dynasty. Ames is my ally, so she can be considered half a friend of the dynasty. Heba is also a member of the dynasty. Including me, 4 of the 5 beyond grade as in the Shattered Star Ring are related to the dynasty. Cisco will probably have to keep a low profile in the Shattered Star Ring in the future. With Cisco being targeted, the star pupil Protoss would also be under more pressure, but he would not be subject to the dynasty's military retaliation. After entering the era of peace, the entire world was connected to the internet. The citizens of the advanced civilizations had broadened their horizons and gained more perspectives. Therefore, in terms of social evaluation, the stronger civilizations gradually lost the legitimacy to use violence against the weaker civilizations. They gradually lost the absolute support that the citizens had for their own civilization during the exploration era. Now, the universal civilizations would at most fight with each other. At the very least, they would pick on the supercluster civilizations as their opponents. They rarely used military force against the weaker civilizations, unless someone questioned and challenged their dominance. Although the Universal Civilization Contact Treaty was something that only allowed the state to do whatever they wanted, if it was not necessary, they were not willing to destroy the authority of this treaty. Cause and effect, completed. Due to your performance, you have received 450 billion EXP, 3 random rewards, character summon card, Photon Sagman, character summon card, Star Pupil Cisco, character summon card, Escod. Character summon card, Photon Sagman, light energy particle flow, infiltration, releases a powerful light energy particle beam with high penetrating, explosive, and burning damage. The light energy will continuously cause damage over time and inflict energy interference and energy suppression statuses on the target. When the enemy uses energy attacks, there will be a decrease in power, a decrease in hit rate, and so on. Usage limit, 05 character summon card, Star Pupil Cisco, Psychokinesis, Wall of Heart, after being weakened by psychic resistance for 7 seconds, the actual damage will be reduced by 85%, and the target will be immune to all mind control skills. If the attacker is a psychic, the INT and MYS attributes of both parties will be determined. If one of the attributes is higher than the attacker, 45% of the theoretical damage will be reflected. If both attributes are higher than the attacker, 90% of the theoretical damage will be reflected. If both attributes are lower than the attacker, there will be no reflection. Usage limit, 03 defeating the Arcane Church fleet and obtaining the highest EXP reward was within Han Xiao's expectations. The effects of the 3 character summon cards were not bad. This time, he was not lucky enough to get Escod's Esper Silence. However, Esper ability, Copy, was not bad either. It was equivalent to 3 blank character summon cards for Espers. Escod had a messy set of abilities, so it was already Fu Ding's miracle that he was able to get this. You have received 1 legendary point. Enemy of Ethereal, the highest level of universe legendary point. Looks like this will become a new nickname. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Every Beyond Grade A had a series of nicknames, representing the legendary things they had done in the past. Han Xiao now had nicknames like Indestructible Body, Indestructible Black Star Core Captain, and so on. After this battle spread out, the galactic residents in the universe would probably give him another enemy of Ethereal. The Arcane Church was aggressive and wanted to kill him, but he had sealed their universal treasure and even captured their Beyond Grade A combatant. At this point, the enmity between the two sides had deepened. The significance of capturing a Beyond Grade A alive was extraordinary. Back then, Heba had challenged him to a battle in order to obtain a similar result. Unfortunately, he did not succeed, and he had obtained such a result before Heba. This way, his deterrence in the universe would be completely different, and he would obtain a higher status. He felt that Tai Tai would be very envious. Speaking of which, Heba was rushing back to help. Thinking of the expression Heba might have, Han Xiao could not help but chuckle. The notification on the interface also showed that the dungeon, Flickering World, Planet Lighthouse Battle, had been created. This time, there were a total of 11 Beyond Grade as participating in the battle. Other than war, such a scene rarely happened, and it was enough to shock the entire universe. Although it happened in the Flickering World and had not been announced to the outside world, it was foreseeable that this news would be like a bomb that would explode the entire universe. With such a huge impact, it was not strange for a dungeon to be created. Unfortunately, with the intensity and level of this battle, the purpose of this dungeon was only to provide an opportunity for the players to see the world. Level 260 Main Class, Mechanic Race, Black Star Race Attributes, 3247 SDR, 3980 DEX, 5889 END, 8489 INT, 2950 MES, 1163 CHA, 1 LUK free attribute points, 0 potential points, 33 health, 3 854 550 stamina, 3 521 025 energy, 82120 LV. 17 LV. 17 energy bonuses, plus 1206 SDR, plus 1488 DEX, plus 1890 END, plus 2345 INT, plus 1123 MYS, plus 311520 stamina limit, plus 1632% machinery affinity energy rank, 49975 grade, S, Beyond Grade A. This seems to be a Beyond Grade A mechanic who insists on being a meat shield. My energy rank is almost 50,000. Han Xiao stroked his chin. He still remembered that when he had just reached the Beyond Grade A realm, his energy rank seemed to be around 43,000. Later on, he had learned the Heba Stellar Furnace training technique and the ultimate knowledge, Mechanical Life Tinder, and his energy rank had increased by quite a bit. This was especially true for the upper limit of his energy. Heba's training method had increased his energy by more than 16,000. When he had just reached the Beyond Grade A realm, his energy limit had only been around 50,000. Now, it had reached 80,000, rising from LV15 to LV17. He had obtained 2 new layers of attribute bonuses. The higher his energy level, the more attribute bonuses he would receive with each increase. He hadn't neglected radiation absorption, either, adding a few more attributes to it. The next race evolution will be at level 300, and the level limit of a Lord Mechanic is also level 40. Similarly, I will only be able to advance at level 300. In that case, only the level 280 promotion mission will stop main. Han Xiao pondered. The upper limit of the Emperor Mechanic class was level 35, and the upper limit of the Lord Mechanic class was 5 levels higher. Apostle, Emperor, and Lord. In the Lord Mechanic class, the advantages of the previous 2 classes were combined and further enhanced. Similar to the previous 2 class advancements, the virtual technology skills and talents were enhanced. This time, the effects were increased by 60%. There were 4 new abilities that he directly obtained: Talent, Machinery Lord, plus 300% Machinery Affinity, plus 200% virtual intrusion and defense efficiency, and a certain change in the nature of his mechanical force. While circulating his energy, he would also be able to cast his consciousness, obtaining the so-called Lord qualification. The introduction did not go into detail, only stating that this was the prerequisite for some new abilities of the Lord Mechanic class. Ability, Lord Grade Machinery Affinity, a series of familiar machinery affinity skills. It was one level higher than the Emperor grade, increasing machinery affinity by 190%. Ability, Apostle Life Creation, similar to Emperor's Gift, it was also a special enhancement for a single mechanical target. However, the effects were quite different. Emperor's Gift could only be used 3 times on the same target, and there was no limit to how many targets it could be used on. Apostle Life Creation was different. Its effect was to use mechanical force that contained the so-called power of the Lord to turn a mechanical soldier into an apostle weapon under the Lord. The enhancement was extremely terrifying. It could basically turn a normal unit into a mini-boss unit. If the foundation was better, it was even possible for it to turn into a super-boss unit. With such a terrifying enhancement effect, Apostle Life Creation had a limit to the number of apostle weapons. When it was raised to the max level, he could have 12 apostle weapons at the same time. The power of the Lord in their bodies could be retrieved at will, and the number of slots could be changed. This ability could also be enhanced by various skills. Every time he broke through the limit by 1 level, he would obtain a new apostle weapon slot. The last ability was Lord's Descent. This was a long-range combat ability. Through the special mechanical force of the Lord Mechanic, he could project his will, mind, and strength onto a mechanical soldier, turning this mechanical soldier into an existence similar to a doppelganger. It would be able to share a lot of the attributes, abilities, and talents of the main body. It was as if the main body of the Lord had descended, possessing the strength of a beyond grade A super. This meant that while Han Xiao was sitting at home, other than providing mechanical force blessings to the long-range troops through the quantum infinite distance transmission channel, he could also choose an underling to use this move personally. The restriction was that it could only be used on 1 target at a time. The introduction also stated that if Lord's Descent was used frequently on the same target, there was a chance of forming a soul connection. These 4 abilities are all very reliable, especially Lord's Descent. Han Xiao rolled his eyes and thought, after today's battle, there should be fewer people looking for trouble with my main body in the future. My combat style will probably start to focus on long-range combat. This ability should be of great help to me. After summarizing his losses and rewards, Han Xiao received a call from Tarakov, saying that the ruler of Uranril wanted to speak to him personally. Even a beyond grade A ally would not be able to meet the ruler of the dynasty just because they wanted to. Since Uranril wanted to talk to him, it was clear that his results had surprised her. Furthermore, there were still some problems that needed to be discussed. The mission to kill Sagman and the others also needed to be discussed. Got it. I'll wait for her online. Han Xiao took out his communicator. His mind was filled with thoughts as he waited for the call to be connected. The actual reward was the most tempting. He had risked his life to make such a huge contribution, and he wanted to obtain new dynasty knowledge. Uranril should not reject him, right? Chapter 851. Very soon, the communicator shot out an inverted cone-shaped pseudo-projection light that quickly scanned the room. Wherever it passed, the scene in the room changed instantly, turning into the meeting room where Uranrel and a group of high-ranking military officials were. Han Xiao glanced around and realized that everyone present was an upper echelon of the military. They were all looking at him with curiosity, admiration, and various other emotions. Blackstar, you've made a huge contribution in this matter. The dynasty will reward you for your contribution, Uranril praised as she stared at Han Xiao. I was only saving myself. In such an occasion where the upper echelons of the dynasty were gathered, Han Xiao could not help but say something modest. No matter what, you've made a contribution. Uranril then returned to the main topic. Tarakov has already described the process of this battle, but I want to hear your version. There are some questions that I need you to answer. Han Xiao did not mind. Looking at this battle from the perspective of a beyond grade A, the information he had was naturally different. He described the entire battle from beginning to end and skipped the parts related to the interface. Uranril nodded and asked, I want to know if the method you used to block and seal the 10,000 deity scepter is a new universal treasure. This is something I discovered by chance when exploring the flickering world. It's a space wonder. I see. Uranril did not ask about the name and function of the space-time amber. If Black Star was willing to tell her, he would. If not, she would not force him. A beyond grade A had the right to keep their abilities a secret. She only needed to ensure that Black Star was on her side. I sealed the 10,000 deity scepter. If nothing goes wrong, the Arcane Church won't be able to break my seal. It's just that they don't know about it yet. The 10,000 deity scepter is a universal treasure that they value. They might negotiate with the dynasty privately. Uranril's eyes flickered, and she asked, Are you sure it'll be difficult for them to break the seal? Nothing is absolute. The Arcane Church might be able to figure out something, but from the looks of it, the probability of them breaking the seal is very low. It's very likely that only I can help them break the seal. I understand. If it's really as you said, we've underestimated your contribution. The Arcane Church has lost the 10,000 deity scepter, so their deterrence toward beyond grade as will drop. I've already decided to retaliate against the Arcane Church. The probability of the dynasty's beyond grade A casualties will be reduced because of you. Very well. Uranrel paused for a moment. However, the matter on Planet Lighthouse has strained the relationship between both parties. For the time being, the Arcane Church will not negotiate with us privately and will pretend that they have already broken the seal. You're right. Han Xiao thought about it. Indeed, if the dynasty wanted to retaliate, the Arcane Church would not give in easily. It was very likely that they would pretend to be strong and not be able to break the seal while pretending to be strong on the surface. Also, regarding Escod, the Arcane Church actually cooperated with the infamous Fallen Ark. The dynasty will issue a statement to the entire universe condemning the actions of the Arcane Church. Uranril changed the topic. Don't worry. The dynasty has no objections to you using the evolution cube to satisfy Escod. Han Xiaoshan was stunned for a moment before he understood. His scheme against Escod had taken effect, but in essence, he had still made a deal with Escod. However, the dynasty was not unreasonable. If he had made a deal with Escod privately, he would not have been able to clear his name. However, at such a critical moment, he had no choice. He had no choice but to make a deal with Escod in front of everyone. Uranril said that she would not pursue this matter, which meant that the dynasty would not allow anyone to use this matter to damage Blackstar's reputation. From this sentence, Han Xiao realized that Uranril wanted to rope him in to become a member of the ruler's faction. Personally summoning him was not only to reward him but also to express this attitude. With the dynasty's strength being so huge, it was naturally impossible to avoid internal conflicts. Han Xiao had made a huge contribution this time, so there would not be a problem when he was in the limelight. However, after some time, some factions might use this as a pretext to make a fuss. If a dynasty beyond grade A dies this time, or if I don't capture Dylan, someone might use this to force me to hand over the evolution cube. Han Xiao was secretly shocked. He had just finished the battle, so he did not think too much about it. Now, with Uranril's reminder, he understood the ruler's good intentions. Thank you, Your Excellency. Han Xiao nodded. Uranril nodded. Regarding Dylan, what do you plan to do with him? I've decided to hand it over to the dynasty. Han Xiao slowly said, the Arcane Church returned in failure this time, so they won't easily make a move on the evolution cube again. However, if I keep Dylan as a captive, the Arcane Church will definitely take into consideration the opinions of their allies and will definitely take measures to rescue him. I don't want this to happen again. If it happens again, I might not be as lucky as I was today. It's better to hand it over to the dynasty and use it as a bargaining chip with the Arcane Church. Although he had defeated the Arcane Church this time, if he imprisoned Dylan as an individual, it would not only be a slap in the face but also a step on the face of the Arcane Church. They were a universal civilization after all, so it would not be a problem for him to retaliate. However, if he completely angered them, there was a 99% chance that he would not have a good ending. Dylan was a hot potato, and keeping him in his hands would bring more disadvantages than benefits. It was better to hand him over to the dynasty in exchange for greater contributions and a large number of faction contribution points, which he could use to exchange for ultimate knowledges. You did the right thing. I thought the same. I originally wanted to persuade you, but since you're willing to hand it over, it's even better. A rare smile appeared on Urenril's cold face. Knowing that Han Xiao had accepted her olive branch, she smiled and said, "You've made a huge contribution this time. Other than the dynasty's support for you and the Black Star Corps, you can ask for anything else. The dynasty would definitely provide more resources and support to the Black Star Corps this time." This did not need to be emphasized, so Han Xiao asked for what he wanted the most. "I hope to get more ultimate knowledges." No problem. Urenril agreed. "I'll instruct the dynasty's logistics officer to talk to you directly. You just have to ask him." Something as small as exchanging ultimate knowledges was impossible for the busy dynasty ruler to handle personally. Han Xiao smiled and nodded. The contribution he made this time would definitely be more than just one ultimate knowledge. At this level, every single ultimate knowledge would bring a huge boost to the combat power of a mechanic. However, it was impossible to get all the ultimate knowledges at once. While it was true that he had made a contribution, there were rules to the rewards. Ultimate knowledges were one of the most important ways to attract Beyond Grade as to join the alliance. Even the dynasty's direct Beyond Grade as had to slowly earn them. The impact of this incident will affect the situation of the entire universe. Urenril regained her serious tone and said with a deep voice, "The Arcane Church provoked us, so the dynasty has to fight back. The Radiant Federation has always liked to bet on both sides, so our efforts to explore the flickering world will be restricted. With the three universal civilizations fighting each other, the supercluster civilizations will take this opportunity to increase their efforts to infiltrate the flickering world. This is exactly what Ethereal and Radiance want to see. They'll force the dynasty to deal with multiple problems at the same time and put us in a quagmire." Han Xiao knew that Urenril definitely had a purpose for saying this, so he asked, "What do you think?" "We need to intimidate the supercluster civilizations, so we'll call back some of the Beyond Grade and troops stationed in the flickering world. Of course, their organizations will still be exploring the flickering world." Han Xiao did not say anything. He knew what Urenrel meant. It was impossible for the dynasty to keep so many Beyond Grade as in the flickering world. They must have had this idea a long time ago, but he did not care. His and Heba's territories were in the neighboring Shattered Star Ring, so it was unlikely that they would be summoned back. Seeing this, Urenril changed the topic and asked, "Blackstar, what do you think of the dynasty's current situation?" "It's not much different from you. The battle mainly revolves around the flickering world, and not everyone can participate in it. The aftermath of the Crimson Tide is gradually cooling down, so the Galactic Society will not be affected. Those star cluster and star system civilizations will become more obedient." Han Xiao shrugged. "Maybe." Urenril nodded slowly before suddenly asking, "Do you have any suggestions for the dynasty's counterattack?" Han Xiaoxin's head moved slightly. The ruler was discussing the dynasty's plan with him, so she might not accept his suggestions. However, this attitude of hers meant that his status and authority within the dynasty had increased. After thinking about it, Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he coughed before saying, "The dynasty's counterattack is necessary, but the focus can be adjusted. The Arcane Church is also a universal civilization, so counterattacking them is only a necessary attitude. I'm sure Your Excellency knows that it will be difficult to achieve a result. Continue. In my opinion, we should focus on taking revenge on Escod. Escod also participated in the Battle of Planet Lighthouse, so he's much easier to deal with than the Arcane Church. The desolate universe belt in the middle of the central galaxy has always been the default battlefield for the three universal civilizations, so we can deal with Escod while we're at it. If we can get rid of the fallen Ark, the dynasty will have displayed a swift and decisive counterattack, which will be even more intimidating." This matter was a good opportunity to persuade the dynasty to deal with Escod. If they could obtain the dynasty's help, the chances of getting rid of Escod would be even higher. Urenril did not deny it and calmly said, "I'll get someone to analyze your suggestion. The most important thing now is to chase after the Arcane Church and Escod's fleet. When the reinforcements arrive, listen to Tarakov's command and cooperate with the dynasty's fleet. It won't be so easy to escape after beating us up." After saying that, Urenril nodded to Han Xiao and said, "Go and rest first. We still need you to continue fighting during the chase." "Okay." After ending the call, the projection in the room disappeared, and it returned to its original state. Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced in his heart. The contribution of this battle had increased his presence in front of the dynasty's upper echelons, and his identity in the hearts of others had changed from a new ally to a reliable beyond grade A of the dynasty. He had even obtained the ruler's invitation, and his status and influence had increased. After putting away the communicator, Han Xiao realized that a new notification had popped up on the interface. "You have received 1 political asset. Political asset, 1 Red Empire. You have made great contributions to the Red Empire and have obtained a certain amount of political influence. You can make suggestions to the Red Empire. Based on the rationality of your suggestions, the Red Empire has a certain chance of accepting them. You have obtained a higher status in the Red Empire. Plus 30% favorability accumulation efficiency when interacting with certain organizations or people. You have obtained valuable experience. Plus 30% experience gain efficiency in all forms." Remarks: the condition for the above effect to take effect is that your relationship with the Red Empire remains at reverence. Yo, I thought there was only a legendary point reward and no political asset. Han Xiao was shocked but immediately understood that this was probably an additional reward triggered by Urenril. However, it was not easy to maintain this political asset. He had to spend faction contribution points to exchange for ultimate knowledges, which meant that he had to ensure that his contribution points were not lower than 6,000. This was the 50% discount for exchanging for an ultimate knowledge. You have received 10,000 Red Empire contribution points. I only received the contribution points after chatting with Urenril. Han Xiao rubbed his chin. He had an NPC interface and could casually reward the members of the Black Star Corps with contribution points. Urenril was the leader of the faction, so the principle was the same. However, Urenril did it subconsciously. The 10,000 contribution points were the reward of this battle, and the extra 5,000 points were probably the contribution points that he had handed over to Dylan. Together with the 3,000 contribution points that he had saved up, he now had a total of 18,000 contribution points. Just nice, I can exchange for 3 ultimate knowledges. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Ultimate knowledges were different from cutting-edge knowledges. The dynasty would not give them directly and would still use the exchange method. What Urenril said about taking care of him seemed to be giving him more contribution points. In this case, I can exchange for 2 knowledges and keep 6,000 political assets. I'm not in a hurry to exchange them all. Closing the interface, Han Xiaoshin was satisfied. He had the joy of finally receiving a reward after working so hard. At this time, a blue light suddenly lit up outside the porthole and shone on his youthful face. He turned around and looked out the window. Not far away from Planet Lighthouse, the Stargate was finally completed and activated. The blue space energy vortex was spinning rapidly in the Stargate. They're finally here. As time passed, batch after batch of support fleets sailed out of the Stargate. There were the dynasty's direct fleet, Klent's Star Cluster civilization allies, the Black Star Corps, Bloodshedland, and other beyond grade A organizations. Most of these were troops stationed around the strongholds at the borders of the 3 star clusters. If the Arcane Church attacked Planet Lighthouse now, they would only end up being annihilated quickly. The battle's already over. In Tarakov's flagship, Heba, who had abandoned the main fleet and rushed back in a high-speed spaceship, Raven Lauder, who had used the arcane teleportation and Stargate to reinforce them, and Maximila, who was in a remote projection, gathered together and sat opposite Han Xiao and the other 3. Knowing that the Planet Lighthouse fleet had defeated the enemy without any reinforcements, Heber and the other two could not help but be shocked. Planet Lighthouse had actually managed to hold on under such a situation of overwhelming combat power. Black Star had turned the situation of the Beyond Grade A battlefield around. Not only that, he had even captured an enemy alive. Heber and Ravenlouder had complicated feelings. They had thought that they were their saviors, but before they even arrived, Han Xiao had already forced the enemy to retreat. It was as though he did not need them at all. However, this thought did not last long. Although they were late, they knew that it was because of the pressure from the reinforcements that the Arcane Church had retreated. Thinking of this, they felt much better. At least they had not been a bystander. Black Star, I heard that you obtained a new universal treasure in the flickering world. You used it to block the 10,000 deity scepter? Ravenlouder could not sit still and asked. That's right. Han Xiao chuckled. Hearing this, Ravenlouder had complicated feelings. He and Black Star had both explored the same star cluster, which meant that this unknown universal treasure was in the Garu star cluster. However, Black Star had gotten it before him. If not for Black Star, this universal treasure might have been his. Ravenlouder felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Heber turned to look at Austin, frowned, and said, "Why are you here? You joined the dynasty too?" "I'm here to help Black Star." Austin smiled faintly. Heber's eyes moved between Han Xiao and Austin. He did not feel good. Since when did the two of them have such a good relationship? Ames and Austin had both become Black Star's friends. Heber felt like he was all alone in the shattered star ring. But on second thought, he thought about Saika's situation. There would be no harm if there was no comparison, so he felt much better. However, Heber could not feel happy. Black Star had captured a Beyond Grade A alive this time. This was something that he had been pursuing for many years, but it was obtained by Black Star, who had just entered the Beyond Grade A realm a year ago. Heber felt like punching someone. This time, Tarakov opened his mouth. "I've already dispatched troops to seal off the escape routes of Sagman and Escod. His Excellency Maximiler is not here yet, so we won't wait for him. We've already gathered 6 Beyond Grade As, so we can begin the pursuit." His so-called pursuit was not simply chasing behind but dispatching the dynasty's fleets all over the flickering world to delay the enemy's journey and seal off their escape routes. He would then send the dynasty's troops in advance to search for the enemy's secret stargate. All in all, he was mobilizing all the dynasty's troops in the flickering world to use all kinds of methods to chase and intercept the enemy. On the star map, the Arcane Church and Escod's fleets were shown as a mass of red, quickly escaping in different directions. In the direction they were escaping in, blue dots representing the dynasty's troops were sealing off their escape routes. Now that the reinforcements had arrived, they could chase without worry. Milazors and Bioni did not have any objections this time. Austin expressed that he wanted to return home to repair the Palace of Hidden Spells and would not participate in the dynasty's operation. Tarakov also did not force the outsiders that Han Xiao had invited. Heber sorted out his emotions and suddenly realized that this was an opportunity. He might be able to fulfill his wish and get rid of a Beyond Grade A super. Thinking of this, Heber clenched his fists and said with a deep voice, "Humph, Mercer, right? I've heard of this guy before. Leave him to me. The dynasty's dignity is not to be challenged. Milazor's injuries are not healed yet, so leave Ninja to me." Ravenlord's eyes glowed with an arcane light. External enemies were always the best medicine to resolve internal conflicts. As a member of the dynasty, after temporarily putting aside the competitive relationship, he also felt like he had a common enemy. "Then, I'll have my long-range mechanical army provide support." The only Beyond Grade A mechanic who was not present, Maximiler, looked at Han Xiao and said, "Black Star, your mech army has suffered heavy losses. If you need, I can lend you my army temporarily." "Okay, thank you." Han Xiao nodded, stood up, and looked around at all the Beyond Grade as present. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his tone was sharp. "Since that's the case, let's move. Let's see if they can easily escape back to the central galaxy." The roles had changed. The hunter had become the prey, and the prey had become the hunter. The time to counterattack had arrived. Chapter 852. Streams of hyperdrive light streaked across the dark universe, and the traces left behind by the retreating Arcane Church fleet woke up the Dynasty's space monitoring buoys one after another, not hiding their route at all. In the bridge of the glorious Sun-grade flagship, Sagman, Cisco, and the other Beyond Grade as gathered together, looking at the fleet commander Rogue with a serious expression. Rogue's eyes never left the star map. Planet Lighthouse is located at the edge of the Dawn star cluster, connected to the desolate universe belt. If we maintain our full speed, we will be able to escape from this area very soon, Rogue said with a deep voice. The transmission of energy and light required time. The scale of the universe was very large, and many long-range detection methods had a certain degree of delay. Using quantum communication to send back real-time information was a more common method of warning. However, the universe was too big, and the Dynasty could not set up monitoring buoys in every inch of space. The warning area would usually extend from the stronghold planet to the surroundings, and the density of monitoring buoys would decrease the further away they were. The Arcane Church had already escaped to the outer warning area of Planet Lighthouse and was entering the desolate universe belt. It was a race against time, and there was no point in clearing the space buoys. They would still be located. Rogue did not mind having his route detected by the Dynasty in the warning area. After all, he was not stupid enough to go straight to the location of the secret Stargate. The plan was to enter stealth mode in the desolate universe belt where the space buoys were sparse. Only then would they be able to escape the Dynasty's direct surveillance. They would then split into dozens of teams and move toward the secret Stargate. This way, a considerable portion of the teams would be abandoned. When their fleet set off, the location of the secret Stargate had already been moved. The original coordinates of the secret Stargate had already been destroyed, but there was no new information on the star map. Only Rogue, the Beyond Grade as, and a few of his confidants knew this information. This was to prevent the teams from revealing the location of the secret Stargate after they were captured by the Dynasty. Of course, these teams were not completely abandoned. They were just a distraction. When Rogue, the Beyond Grade as, and the rest of the core troops escaped from the glittering galaxy, the true location would be revealed to these teams. At that time, even if the secret Stargate was exposed, the impact would be much smaller. They could blow up the Stargate at any time to stop the losses. At the very least, they could let these troops cross the desolate universe belt and return as soon as possible. Every minute we spend in the flickering world increases our risk, Sagman said with a deep voice. If you only know how to say this kind of nonsense that everyone knows, then don't open your mouth. It's all thanks to you that the danger we're going through now is meaningless. Luo didn't hold back at all. His tone carried a hint of anger. He had just reported the results of the battle to the bishops and was scolded. Thinking of the bleak future ahead of him, he could not help but feel angry. At this time, he did not want to give these Beyond Grade as who had caused the failure of the operation any face. Being blamed, Sagman's face tightened. He thought about it but did not do anything. They were indeed in the wrong since the Beyond Grade A battlefield was the cause of the problem. The other four turned a deaf ear to his words. Everyone was now in the same boat, fleeing in the Empire's territory. No one cared about Rogue's disrespect. Cisco's expression was the worst. Thinking about his friend Dylan falling into the hands of the Dynasty, his mood was extremely bad. He could not be bothered with the others. Seeing that no one spoke, Rogue snorted and said, "The Dynasty is definitely sending troops to block our escape route, but there's no need to worry too much. This is just a fake route. Furthermore, most of the fleets that the Dynasty can use nearby have gone to reinforce Planet Lighthouse. It will take time for the strongholds further away to send out their fleets, so even if we're intercepted, we can easily annihilate them. The only thing we need to worry about is the Dynasty's Beyond Grade as chasing after us. Based on the current situation, Tarakov will definitely wait for reinforcements to move together. Unfortunately, I originally thought that we would have a chance to lure the enemy and kill them." While Rogue was analyzing, Sagman and the others were privately discussing through psychic communication. With the size of the fleet, it'll still be obvious even if we split up. Maybe we should leave the fleet and take a small spaceship. It'll be more discreet that way, Taylor said. We can consider it. Let's talk about it after we split up. When escaping, the survivability and concealment of a beyond grade A moving alone was much higher than moving with the fleet. As individuals with great strength, they were not afraid of the harsh environment of the universe. Furthermore, they were extremely small targets and could hide on a desolate planet. No one would be able to find them. This was especially true for Ninja and Taylor, who had secret techniques. Without enemies to hold them back, their teleportation abilities could appear and disappear like ghosts. Rogue was worried that they would be chased by the dynasties beyond grade As, so he wanted to bring Sagman and the others with him. Little did he know that Sagman and the others were also considering using the fleet as bait to attract the dynasty's attention. In another direction, the fallen Ark fleet was also retreating at full speed. Due to the split in the battle, Escod's fleet had lost contact with the Arcane Church. Without an intelligence channel, they had no idea what the other party was up to. In the face of a great disaster, they were all fleeing on their own. However, they had an advantage. They had attacked from the outer perimeter and deliberately destroyed many space monitoring buoys along the way, creating a scattered blind spot that was convenient for escaping. In the command room of the main ship, Harkison moved his gaze away from the star map and turned to look at the Escod doppelganger beside him. Escod's main body had already found a secret room to evolve, and he did not know how long it would take. Before he started evolving, he had purposely created some doppelgangers to protect himself and monitor the fleet. Escod had always been wary of everyone, even his right-hand man Harkison, who had accompanied him for more than 100 years. When his main body was at its weakest, the only person he truly trusted was himself. "You still don't trust me." Farquharson's barbed tongue moved like a spirit serpent. He licked the red metal mask covering half of his face, making a scratching sound. He snorted from his nostrils, which made him look like he was sneering. In front of the Escod doppelganger, Harkison raised his 4 withered arms, and purple mist seeped out of his dark purple skin, condensing into a ball of mist in midair. It was bound by some kind of ability and looked like a bead. Then, he looked for his subordinate and handed the bead in his hand to the other party. "Empty an ordinary battleship and remove the energy core, artificial intelligence system, and other components, leaving only an empty shell. Put this bead in the spaceship, then abandon the spaceship and let it drift on the path we passed. Let the dynasty troops chasing us discover this spaceship." The Escod doppelganger turned to look at him and said coldly, "What are you planning to do?" He. Harkison laughed eerily. "I'm going to contact the dynasty." Bang! As soon as he said that, the Escod doppelganger suddenly grabbed his neck, lifted him up, and pressed him against the wall. "You want to betray me?" Harkison was not afraid at all with his neck being grabbed tightly. Instead, he laughed even louder. "Ha ha ha, I'm going to cooperate with the dynasty. If they can provide us with information about the Arcane Church, we can send some troops to intercept the Arcane Church. After all, those subordinates are just cannon fodder. We're the troops closest to the Arcane Church. With our help, the dynasty can stall the Arcane Church more efficiently." "There's no need to do that," the Escod doppelganger said coldly. "No, it's very necessary. Compared to the Arcane Church, the dynasty definitely wants to deal with the latter. They have quite a few beyond grade as on their side, so they're more valuable. If we can capture them, the Arcane Church will lose close to half of their beyond grade A combatants. The dynasty won't let go of such an opportunity to attack the enemy. When the dynasty puts its focus on the Arcane Church, the pressure on you will be reduced, hey." Harkison's tone was filled with mockery and playfulness. "This time, the Arcane Church also hates us for running away. When we return to the Central Galaxy, we'll be attacked by both the Red Empire and the Arcane Church. By doing so, not only will the dynasty's anger toward us be reduced, but it will also weaken the Arcane Church, reducing the number of beyond grade A enemies you'll face in the future. Furthermore, if the Arcane Church suffers such a huge loss, they might not have the time to deal with us in the short term." The Escod doppelganger did not comment. "How do I know you're not going to betray my location?" "Heh, If your Excellency Escod is still worried, you can leave an Escod doppelganger on that empty spaceship to monitor my communication with the dynasty. If you feel that I've betrayed your location, hehe, I'm right here, and you can kill me anytime. The Escod doppelganger was silent for a while before suddenly saying, you don't have to do this. I'll leave a doppelganger behind to negotiate with the dynasty. You don't have to interfere. He felt that although Harkisson's actions were sudden and strange, it did make sense. If he could negotiate with the dynasty, it would be beneficial for him. After all, it was just a doppelganger, so it would not matter even if it was destroyed. Hehe, that works too. Releasing his grip, Harkisson landed on the ground, rubbed his neck, and called for his subordinates to disperse the fog ball that he had just created and absorb it back into his body. He then pretended that nothing had happened and continued to observe the star map. The metallic mask that was as red as blood was branded on the upper half of his face. No one could see Harkisson's eyes under the mask, and no one knew what he was thinking. Speaking of which, no one knew how he could see with his eyes covered. The battle on Planet Lighthouse had ended, but the matter was far from over. Under Tarakov's orders, the dynasty's fleet in the flickering world started to chase after the arcane church and fallen ark. As for the army players who were watching Bunhitdog's post on the forums, before their shock and curiosity faded, a new mission popped up on everyone's interface at the same time. Before this, the Black Star Corps players only knew that the dynasty's outpost, Planet Lighthouse, was attacked. There were about 10 Beyond Graders fighting, and Army Commander Blackstar was one of them. As for the identity of the attackers and the cause of this incident, they had no idea at all. Crimson Dynasty Order, Full Pursuit, Mission Introduction. Because they coveted Blackstar's evolution cube, as well as to instigate a conflict, the Arcane Church joined forces with the Fallen Ark to launch a surprise attack on the dynasty's outpost in the flickering world. The enemy had a total of 7 Beyond Grade A combatants. However, with the help of the dynasty's allies, Blackstar, Milizors, Bioni, and Austin, who was invited by Blackstar, we successfully repelled the incoming fleet. Currently, these two fleets are fleeing in the flickering world. We hereby mobilize all forces to hunt down the invaders and protect the dignity of the dynasty. Chief Commander of the Red Empire Exploration Army, Tarakov Mission Requirements: track the fleet of the Arcane Church and Fallen Ark that attacked Planet Lighthouse. Try to discover their whereabouts and kill as many of them as possible. After the mission is completed, different rewards will be given according to your performance evaluation. After learning about what had happened, the shattered star ring section of the forums exploded. The Arcane Church attacked the Red Empire? Are the universal civilizations about to start a war? No wonder there was such a huge scene of 11 Beyond Graders fighting. Is the army commander still okay? He's not dead, right? Their target was the army commander's evolution cube, so this incident was actually caused by the army commander. Holy **T. He was targeted by a universal civilization and even defeated them. He's really something. Our Black Star Corps is an ally of the Red Empire. Does this mean that the army is also an enemy of the Arcane Church? I feel like something big is going to happen. Pork Bun had obtained first-hand information this time. Below his post, countless players flooded into post, creating dozens of comments per second. He was as excited as a monkey. Following Blackstar was indeed the right choice. He had suddenly created such a huge piece of news. After the initial shock, many players became excited. After 3 versions, they had figured out the pattern. The events in Galaxy were connected and influenced each other. This was an orderly system. Based on the intelligence and news from various regions, they could actually use logic to predict some of the events that might happen in the future. This incident involved the 3 universal civilizations, so it was not a small matter. If the 2 sides were to fight, it would definitely not be a small story. Many people had a guess. Maybe this attack was a sign of a future main storyline? Or maybe this was the main storyline of the next version? That was not impossible. As this theory spread on the forum, some people made a different suggestion. They believed that this might not necessarily be the main storyline. It could also be an event during the version update, and it would appear as a background introduction in the next version. This theory was also supported by some people. Due to Han Xiao's actions, the Chinese players in the Shattered Star Ring had already developed the habit of guessing the storyline of the major versions. The old Russian and Australian players from the Constellation Corridor also joined in the speculation, joining the excited atmosphere of the forums. There were all kinds of guesses. The Black Star Corps players did not just fight on the forums but also turned around to join in the chase. Although many of them were too far away and might not be able to make any contributions, the army players were already used to participating in large-scale faction missions. Furthermore, this mission did not have any failure conditions, so they might be able to get the lowest reward. The flickering world was still in a state of information lockdown and was not fully connected to the explored universe. Other than the parties involved, the other organizations in the outside world did not know that such a storm had happened in the flickering world. However, the players were the first outsiders to know about this secret. The army players discussed it enthusiastically in the Shattered Star Ring forums, and the players in the other Shattered Star Ring forums also gathered their friends and came to watch out of curiosity. This time, the forums displayed their unique intelligence advantage. Before the outside world knew anything about this, almost everyone in the player community knew about the storm on Planet Lighthouse. The forces of the three universal civilizations were spread throughout the entire explored universe, and their influence was extensive. No matter which star field the players were in, they all felt a sense of nervousness from this incident. They were secretly looking forward to the huge commotion that would follow after this incident was spread to the outside world. On the other side, Tarakov's troops set off from Planet Lighthouse to chase after the Arcane Church. Han Xiao, Milizors, Bioni, Heber, and Raven Lauder, the 5 beyond grade as, worked together. Not long after they set off, the upper echelons in charge of the dynasty's logistics contacted Han Xiao according to Uranril's request and personally asked him what ultimate knowledges he wanted. Chapter 853. Okay, these two sets of knowledge will be transmitted to you very soon. Remember to receive them. The officer in charge of logistics hung up the communication. Han Xiao exited the quantum network and played with the black handgun in his hand, waiting for the knowledge he exchanged to be transmitted. The handgun in his hand looked like an outdated firearm with live ammunition, but it actually used dark energy technology. Its core was a particle energy furnace, and it was mainly sold to players as a weapon to increase long-range damage. However, to Han Xiao, it was no different from a toy gun. The reason it looked like this was mainly for nostalgia. As he became stronger, Han Xiao's memories of when he was weak became more and more vivid. The scenes of him fighting on Blue Star were still vivid in his mind. Now that he had grown into an overlord in the universe, he could barely kill ordinary soldiers in the beginning. Now, he had the destructive power to destroy planets. There were fewer and fewer things that could kill him, so he cherished his experiences when he was weak. In the blink of an eye, it's been more than 20 years. Memories flooded his mind. Han Xiao's expression was a little complicated. Sigh, people get emotional easily when they get older. Master, what are you thinking about? The hovering guards around Han Xiao like armed satellites merged and turned into psionic prime. He stood beside Han Xiao and asked, "I'm just thinking about the past." Han Xiao put away his emotions and turned to look at psionic prime. "I realize that you're getting more and more curious about the outside world." Psionic Prime's metal head nodded. "Although I can obtain all kinds of knowledge through the network, the emotions of a life form are ever-changing. Many things can only be understood through personal experience. Therefore, I prefer to communicate. This is a good thing. In the future, I'll need you to manage a mechanical civilization for me. You're the first life form I've created. If there are no accidents, you'll be the leader. As the leader of a civilization, you need to learn to understand others and the thoughts of other mechanical lives." Han Xiao paused, and his expression suddenly became a little helpless. "It's a good thing that you like to communicate, but you better change your habit of chatting online." Han Xiao used virtual technology to organize the data of all the mechanical lives. He realized that many mechanical lives, including Psionic Prime, liked to chat with the netizens of various civilizations. It would have been fine if it was a normal chat, But most of the mechanical lives had hundreds or thousands of accounts open at the same time to chat with many people at the same time, and the content was very explosive. The most normal content was actually simulating the opposite sex to chat with others. It could be seen that the overall level of harmony was through the roof, and it was called studying the various emotional reactions of normal organisms. In his eyes, most mechanical lives were problematic children. They were like sponges that absorbed the evil and good of countless creatures at the same time, creating all kinds of personalities. Sizing up Psionic Prime, Han Xiao pondered for a moment before speaking. "Stand in front of me." Psionic Prime did as he was told. His streamlined alloy body was filled with the beauty of machinery and technology. The light from the exhaust flames of countless spaceships shone in from outside the porthole and landed on his mechanical body, reflecting the light. Han Xiao leaned on the sofa, and with a flip of his palm, a ball of golden blue mechanical force that looked like an electromagnetic cloud gathered in his palm. It was like a cloud that was slowly changing shape, flickering with the light of mysterious energy. "You're my first child. After observing you for so long, I'm very satisfied with your potential. Are you willing to become my apostle weapon and obtain greater strength? I'm willing to accept everything from you, Master." Psionic Prime knelt on one knee. "Then, accept this gift. Also, don't call me Master anymore." Han Xiao's lips curled up slightly. "Call me Lord." The next moment, with a thought from Han Xiao, the special mechanical force in his palm that contained Lord's power turned into streaks of electricity and entered Psionic Prime's body. It was the Lord Mechanic's ability, Apostle Life Creation. Psionic Prime's energy furnace fluctuated violently, and streaks of golden blue mechanical force extended out from his mechanical body. It was as though they had turned into tentacles filled with electromagnetic energy. A magnetic field that contained a strange aura enveloped Psionic Prime's body. The mechanical structure, components, and nerves in his body started to transform, and the alloys around him started to vibrate as though they were about to be sucked into Psionic Prime's body. It was as though he had turned into a black hole. Han Xiao grabbed with his hand, and a large number of nanoparticles were thrown toward Psionic Prime. Under the effect of the special magnetic field outside Psionic Prime's body, the nanoparticles started to spin around Psionic Prime's body like rings. The spinning speed became faster and faster, and these nanoparticles gradually melted into a flood of metal. They were captured by the golden blue tentacles and entered Psionic Prime's body, providing him with raw materials for modification. The light left behind dreamy spots on Han Xiao's face. Han Xiao leaned on the sofa and played with the dark energy pistol casually, looking at this scene with great interest. The effect of Apostle Life Creation was even better than Emperor's Gift. There was a limit to the number of apostle weapons. Even with all kinds of talents that could break through the upper limit, the number of slots was still limited. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Since there were very few apostle weapons, Han Xiao wanted to give Psionic Prime a sense of ceremony. After a while, Psionic Prime's transformation finally stopped. His appearance had undergone a huge change. At this moment, Psionic Prime had become even taller and was about 4 meters tall. His mechanical body that was silver, blue, purple, and gold was still streamlined, but there were many new structures in many parts that strengthened the complexity of the armor. On the surface of the armor, there were also many complicated patterns that looked very beautiful. A metal ring that looked like a crown appeared on Psionic Prime's head. The back of the shoulder armor and the skirt armor extended downward, and the end gradually narrowed. The edge of the armor had clear triangular metal scales that looked like layers of feathers, giving off the feeling that he was wearing a feather robe. A white mechanical spear with golden patterns appeared in his hand, and he placed it on the ground as though he was holding a scepter. Han Xiao sized him up and smiled. "How do you feel?" "Thanks to the Lord's gift, I feel a new power." Psionic Prime's tone was calm. He tapped the spear in his hand, and clouds of psionic energy surged out from his energy furnace. The energy fluctuations increased exponentially. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, suddenly raised his pistol, and fired at Psionic Prime. Bang! 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 Streaks of long and thin dark energy beams hit the surface of Psionic Prime's body and were blocked by a thin layer of psionic energy, triggering a combat notification. Han Xiao looked at Psionic Prime's attributes on the interface, browsed through them, and nodded with satisfaction. The current Psionic Prime had reached level 215, and all his attributes, skills, and talents had been strengthened. He had already reached the level of a boss, far surpassing all mechanical lifeforms. Without Han Xiao's mechanical force bonuses, he still had the strength of a Calamity grade super. With the mechanical force bonuses, it would not be difficult for him to beat a group of Calamity grades. He would even be able to exchange blows with a Beyond Grade A super. He would no longer be cannon fodder and would be on the same level as Isgod's doppelganger. The spear in Psionic Prime's hands was a special apostle weapon brought by Apostle Life Creation. It was named Psionic Prime Battle Spear after him. It could also split into floating states and expand and shrink. It had multiple forms, and it could be released time and time again to gain more power. It could also convert psionic energy into light waves, and it could be used in both long-range and close-range battles. The weapon was also above level 200, and its quality was silver-orange, which meant that it was a legendary weapon with an inheritance attribute. When used by Psionic Prime himself, its power would be increased. Other than that, Psionic Prime also received special apostle characteristics and apostle authority. His apostle characteristics were steady and leader, which would strengthen the mechanical lifeforms around him. His apostle authority was psionic control and battle enhancement, which would allow him to control psionic energy more flexibly and be more proficient in combat. A satisfied smile appeared on Han Xiao's face. The strength of an apostle weapon was very impressive. It was a pity that the cooldown period of Apostle Life Creation was very long, which meant that he could create 12 apostle weapons in a year. Of course, with talents like Machinery Emperor and Elementary Grade Mechanical Sense, he could create more than 12 apostle weapons. With a thought, Han Xiao comforted him. Familiarize yourself with your new abilities, First Apostle. I will not disappoint the Lord, Psionic Prime said with a deep voice. Beep beep. At this moment, Han Xiao's communicator rang. He picked it up and saw that the Red Empire had finally sent over the 2 ultimate knowledges that he had obtained. After spending 12,000 contribution points, Han Xiao chose the 2 ultimate knowledges. They were Armed Branch, Endless Material Science, Manipulation Branch, Virtual Creator. One was the ability of a virtual mechanic and only required 8 potential points. The other was an extremely important knowledge for a mechanic. No matter which branch a mechanic was from, they would try their best to learn it. Materials and energy had always been a huge bottleneck. In every level of knowledge in the Armed Branch, there would be traces of material science. The ability to synthesize stronger and stronger materials and increase the basic attributes of all machines was one of the core knowledges of a mechanic. Learning these 2 knowledges required 32 potential points, and Han Xiao had 33 potential points. Han Xiao smiled and directly used his potential points to learn them. Learning complete. You have learned Endless Material Science. Learning complete. You have mastered Virtual Creator. You have received talent, Material Pioneer. Material Pioneer, your chances of synthesizing new materials have been slightly increased, and the abilities obtained from special materials have been enhanced. For example, when using memory alloy or nano repair materials, machines will have the ability to repair themselves. If the original effect is 100 points of durability per second, the enhanced effect will be 150 to 280 points of durability per second. You have received talent, Virtual Lord. You have learned ability, Ultimate Material Refinement. You have learned ability, Endless Material Synthesis. Endless Material Synthesis. You can combine the characteristics of any material and attempt to synthesize new material formulas. The higher the grade of the material, the lower the success rate. The more complex the formula, the lower the success rate. The lower the success rate if there is a conflict between materials. The basic success rate increases with INT and machinery affinity. When you create a new material, the strength of the new material will be increased. You have learned ability, virtual life evolution. Virtual life evolution, you can turn AI into a virtual life form, and the virtual life form will have stronger virtual intrusion and defense. You have learned ability, virtual soul. Virtual soul, your soul can switch to a virtual life form and wander in the quantum network. The higher your level, INT, and virtual technology bonuses are, the stronger your ability in the quantum network will be. This effect can be dispelled. When you connect to a target with mechanical force, you can temporarily virtualize the enemy's soul and drag it into the quantum network. The success rate depends on your level, INT, MYS, and LUK. If successful, the target will temporarily be unable to control their body, and attacking the target's soul in the quantum network will cause mental damage. This effect has a cooldown of 15 minutes. Han Xiao looked through it and nodded. The effects of these abilities are all very powerful. Endless material science allows me to further enhance the quality of my mechanical equipment and create new exclusive materials. Virtual knowledge allows me to have new tactical options. He had obtained 2 ultimate knowledges. Han Xiaoxin was satisfied. Han Xiao did not use the remaining 6,000 or so contribution points to exchange for new knowledges. He planned to leave them for activating the Red Empire's political asset effect. Just as he was about to head to the combat training room to test the strength of Psionic Prime, who had become an apostle weapon, his communicator rang again. Tarakov had contacted him and revealed a piece of information that surprised him. After hearing that, Han Xiao had a strange expression. You're saying that Escod wants to temporarily cooperate with the dynasty and send a portion of his men to help us intercept the Arcane Church? Yes, the team that went to chase after the fallen Ark captured an empty battleship shell. An Escod doppelganger is inside. He did not resist and directly allowed himself to be captured, saying that he wants to have a talk with us. Tarakov was also a little surprised. Han Xiao frowned and felt that this matter was a little strange. Escod did not need to do this at all. Escod's mobility was already very high, and he was not someone who valued his subordinates. He did not need to cooperate with the dynasty to escape. Furthermore, the dynasty's target was not him in the first place, so why would Escod do this to anger the Arcane Church? Did Escod think that he could curry favor with the dynasty by doing this? After thinking about it, Han Xiao asked, Chief Commander, what do you plan to do? What Escod wants is the information on the location of the Arcane Church. It doesn't matter if we give it to him. Anyway, the Arcane Church is about to leave the security perimeter and will lose track of them very soon. This information is not confidential, so we can tell anyone. Even if Escod is not sincere in helping us, there is no loss to us. If he really wants to trick the Arcane Church and get Sagman and the others to cover for him, we will benefit from it. As for the grudge of him working with the Arcane Church to attack us, we can take revenge in the future. Then we'll do as you say. Although Han Xiao felt that Escod's decision was very strange, Tarakov was the commander. Since he could not think of any problems, he would not interfere with Tarakov's decision. This time, Tarakov spoke again. There's one more thing. Escod's doppelganger wants to see you and communicate with you. See me. Got it. The dynasty fleet chasing Escod doesn't have any beyond grade as, so I will send some mechanical troops over to monitor his doppelganger and prevent him from doing anything rash. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and snorted. Escod was most likely here to thank him for using the evolution cube on him. After pausing for a while, he continued. As for the Arcane Church's fleet, even if they leave the security perimeter, I still have a way to locate them. As a virtual mechanic, how could he not do something to the Arcane Church's battleships during the battle? Although the artificial firewall of the Arcane Church was very strong, he still managed to infiltrate it and leave something behind. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. I chose to learn the knowledge of the virtual creator at this juncture precisely to chase after them. Chapter 854. After chasing for a while, the star map showed that the troops of the Arcane Church had finally left the alert range. They entered stealth mode and split up. Tarakov had lost his real-time location. Because of their previous conversation, he invited Han Xiao to head to the main ship and use the virtual technology to locate the enemy's ship. The Legion commander's vehicle was connected to the main ship of the pursuing troops. Han Xiao led everyone into the corridor of the main ship and headed to the command room on the bridge. Hela and the others followed closely behind and surrounded Han Xiao. Along the way, the dynasty's officers all stopped and bowed to Han Xiao with respect. Han Xiao's contribution in this battle had earned the respect of most of the participants. Their lives were even saved by Black Star to a certain extent. These dynasty's soldiers also had a certain degree of gratitude towards Han Xiao. Han Xiao smiled and turned around to see Hela frowning. He looked down and saw that Hela's neck was wrapped with a medical bandage that extended down along her collarbone. He couldn't see clearly inside, so he couldn't help but ask with concern, "How are your injuries?" Hela shook her head. "It's just a small injury. I'll recover after some time. You don't have to worry." After the battle ended, she didn't let Aurora waste her life force to heal them. She was going to recover on her own. "Does it still hurt?" "A little. The painkillers aren't working." Hela frowned. Although she was strong-willed, she wouldn't force herself over such a small matter after being together for so long. "Then congratulations on being alive." Han Xiao laughed. The group quickly arrived at the command room. Tarakov had been waiting here for a long time. As soon as he saw Han Xiao, he immediately walked up and brought him to the star map. He pointed at a direction and said, "This is the last location of the Arcane Church. This is the last location of the Arcane Church's fleet. We've lost their real-time location. Black Star, we're counting on you." Han Xiao nodded and closed his eyes, entering the quantum network. In his vision that was as dark as the universe, the light of quantum network nodes lit up one after another. Some were far, some were near, and some were even denser than the stars in the universe. Countless streams of information were instantly transmitted between the nodes. A phantom torrent of information crashed toward him head-on, whizzing past Han Xiao's body without feeling anything. The star map unfolded in front of his eyes in the form of a quantum network layer. His line of sight could be zoomed in and out, jumping from one quantum node to another. In front of him, distance seemed to have become meaningless. Virtual Creator had brought about a qualitative leap in his virtual technology. It had been enhanced in all aspects, and its range was extremely terrifying. "My quantum network vision is more detailed than before. This feels a little like an out-of-body experience." Han Xiao sensed it carefully for a while before he got down to business. He plucked a string in the quantum network that looked like a spiderweb and carefully identified the echoes of the nodes of the quantum network. Very soon, he sensed a weak connection from the infiltration program that he left in the fleet of the Arcane Church. His brain quickly processed the information he had received. Han Xiao opened his eyes and snapped his fingers. Pa! Over 100 red dots suddenly lit up on the star map in front of everyone. They were the fleets of the Arcane Church that had split up and escaped. The positions of all the fleets were marked out. In front of him, there was nowhere to hide. Tarakov was overjoyed. "Good job. Hehe, I only did some small work." Han Xiao exited the quantum network and chuckled. If it was before he learned, Virtual Creator, the infiltration program that he left behind would most likely be discovered and wiped out by the artificial intelligence of the Arcane Church fleet. However, now that he had learned the ultimate knowledge of virtual technology and received a huge boost, the infiltration program that he left behind could enter and exit the artificial intelligence of the Arcane Church fleet without being discovered. This was the original intention of Han Xiao learning, Virtual Creator. Tarakov stroked his chin and pondered. "The position has been recovered. All of the enemy's actions are under our surveillance, so we don't have to worry about them going missing. Since they chose to split up, they should have abandoned a portion of the fleet. In this case, these abandoned pieces are most likely carrying false positions of the secret stargates. They want to use this to confuse us. The true position of the secret stargates should only be known by those beyond grade as and the fleet that the commander is in. Black Star, can you lock onto the position of the enemy commander and the beyond grade as? I suspect that they might not be on the flagship." I can, but this means that the infiltration program will need to infiltrate the surveillance cameras and database of the enemy fleet. The risk of being exposed will increase, and we might be wiped out. Are you sure you want to take this risk? Han Xiao crossed his arms. The defense mechanism of a universal civilization naturally had some tricks up its sleeve. After thinking about it, Tarakov shook his head and said, "Then let's maintain the current situation. As long as we have the position, we can try to wipe out the entire Arcane Church fleet. Give us some intelligence from Escod first." Han Xiao nodded and did not say anything else. His consciousness sank into his mech legion, and the mechanical army he sent out was about to come into contact with Escod's doppelganger. On the other side, a small fleet brought the empty spaceship that Escod's doppelganger was in to the rendezvous point. After waiting in space for a period of time, streams of hyperdrive light appeared from the darkness far away and stopped in front of them, revealing the true appearance of the Black Star Corps battleship. The two teams came into contact and reported their identities. Then, the Black Star Corps battleship docked with the empty spaceship. A group of Dynasty soldiers stationed in the empty spaceship to monitor Escod's doppelganger waited at the entrance of the spaceship to receive the emissary sent by the Beyond Grade A supers. Everyone had a relieved expression on their faces. They were just a group of ordinary soldiers monitoring Escod's doppelganger. Even if Escod's doppelganger did not resist, the psychological pressure they felt was immense. It was as though they had overestimated themselves and were accompanying a ferocious beast. The nervousness of being killed at any moment made their nerves tense. Now, their helper had finally arrived. Kai. The cabin door slid open, and Psionic Prime, who was more than 4 meters tall, walked in first. He held a scepter-like Psionic Prime spear and seemed to be wearing a feather robe. Behind him was a group of mechanical lives and a large number of mechanical soldiers. Psionic Prime looked down at the Dynasty soldiers below him and slowly spoke. "I'm Psionic Prime, the first apostle under Black Star Lord. I'm here to hand over the mission. We'll watch over Escod's doppelganger from now on. I'll leave it to you." The group of Dynasty soldiers heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly handed over the mission before leaving the empty spaceship. Psionic Prime led his troops all the way to the cabin of the empty spaceship, where Escod's doppelganger was. Behind him, Silver Flash looked at Psionic Prime, whose appearance had changed drastically, and said angrily, "The Lord favors Psionic Prime too much. Why did he become the first apostle weapon? Stop complaining. Psionic Prime is the Lord's first child. It's natural for him to be born," a strengthened Oathkeeper named Gold Sovereign said. He was also one of the earliest batch of mechanical lives to be converted, so he had a cold personality. In front of the two of them was a streamlined beast-type mechanical soldier called Mad Sky Hunter. He turned his huge mechanical beast head around and looked at the two of them before slowly saying, "The Lord has his own considerations. What we need to do is to offer our absolute loyalty. Since the Lord only gave Psionic Prime this power now, there should be a limit to the qualifications of apostle weapons. Maybe only a small portion of us can become apostle weapons." Psionic Prime listened to the discussion behind him silently and did not say anything. He quickly brought everyone to the cabin. As the energy core of this empty spaceship had been removed, its energy was extremely low. In the dim light, Escod's doppelganger leaned on the sofa and faced Psionic Prime's mechanical army. "Black Star, you're here," Escod's doppelganger said with a smile. "I'm Psionic Prime. The Lord doesn't want to see you for the time being. Just pass me the message." Escod's doppelganger sized Psionic Prime up and sat up straight. "Apostle weapon? I remember that Black Star didn't have such an ability when we fought previously. It seems like he gained quite a lot in this battle. All right, I'm not interested in talking to you. Call Black Star out." Psionic Prime leaned on his spear and turned a deaf ear. Clearly, he did not plan to do so. Seeing this, Escod's doppelganger suddenly raised his arm. The arm formed by black fog extended like rubber, and his fist shot out like a cannonball. The speed of his fist could not even be seen. Dang! The fist that contained the Strength Esper ability smashed onto Psionic Prime's spear, creating a shockwave that reverberated in the narrow space. Psionic Prime did not say anything. Energy surged into Psionic Prime's spear, and the spear instantly unfolded. He swung the spear vertically, and a beam of light formed by psionic energy shot out. Swoosh! Escod's doppelganger's speed was shocking, and he dodged the attack. The sofa he was sitting on was cut in half, and the beam of light entered the cabin wall. The next moment, the entire empty spaceship was cut in half. The mechanical army in the spaceship and Escod's doppelganger landed in space and faced each other. The Dynasty spaceships beside them hurriedly aimed their cannons at Escod's doppelganger and prepared for battle. Psionic Prime was at the front, and a beam of mechanical force came from the void and landed on his body. Instantly, his entire body was covered in lightning, and it was extremely dazzling. The other mechanical army did not receive any mechanical force buffs and retreated under Psionic Prime's signal. When Escod's doppelganger saw this mechanical force, he knew that Han Xiao was paying attention to him. The scene before him allowed him to understand Han Xiao's plan, and he sneered in his heart. Is he purposely letting the apostle weapons fight with me and using me as a test target? Humph, since you allowed me to evolve, I'll play with your apostle weapons. The next moment, Escod's doppelganger moved and shot toward Psionic Prime like a cannonball. He extended his arm again and launched a series of attacks toward Psionic Prime, leaving behind a series of afterimages. This doppelganger did not have any powerful Esper abilities, only physical strengthening, body modification, shock contact, and so on. However, under the buff of his grade, this Escod doppelganger also had the strength of a Beyond Grade A and could easily crush a Calamity grade. Psionic Prime waved his spear and fought with Escod. His mechanical body clashed with Escod time and time again, and large amounts of psionic energy shards splashed out. In a head-on clash, Psionic Prime and Escod's doppelganger were evenly matched and did not fall into a disadvantage. Psionic Prime's spear condensed dark blue energy and continuously shot out psionic energy beams. Escod was like a piece of plasticine, constantly changing his body shape to dodge all kinds of attacks. Escod's attacks were also dodged by Psionic Prime in the same way, turning into many agile hovering guards. They could only combine their body parts to attack and were extremely difficult to hit. Both sides were evenly matched, and the mechanical lives that were forced to watch from the side were shocked. Originally, they were only slightly higher level cannon fodder in front of a Beyond Grade A, but now, Psionic Prime had the strength to fight against a Beyond Grade A super. Is this the power of an apostle weapon? Many mechanical lives, including Silver Flash, became even more excited about the identity of an apostle weapon. Both sides clashed again, and a large amount of light shards exploded. Psionic Prime and Escod's doppelganger retreated at the same time. This time, the mechanical force on Psionic Prime's body disappeared, which meant that the spar had ended. Seeing this, Escod's doppelganger did not attack anymore. He was there to discuss matters. Everyone returned to another Black Star Corps spaceship and came to the cabin. As soon as Escod's doppelganger sat down, Han Xiao's remote projection appeared and sat opposite him, staring at him coldly. Seeing this, Escod's doppelganger smiled. Black Star, it's all thanks to you this time. I've finally evolved. Han Xiao crossed his arms and snorted. You came to see me just to say this? Of course not. Escod's doppelganger waved his hands. He was in a good mood and chuckled. I want to ask you, you've already obtained the wormhole data, right? What's the result of your research? This fellow did purposely reveal the abnormality of the data and used my connections to help him research it. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Escod thought that he was the only one who knew about the existence of the World Tree civilization and had a sense of superiority. Until now, Escod still thought that Han Xiao only researched the wormhole data out of caution and did not know that Han Xiao also knew about the existence of the World Tree civilization. Han Xiao naturally would not shatter Escod's fantasy. Only by hiding this information could Escod lower his guard. Long story short, this is the positioning information sent by the dynasty. Han Xiao told Philip to show him part of the information and slowly said, if you can really help the dynasty intercept the arcane church, the dynasty might reconsider how to deal with you. Escod's doppelganger did not comment and continued to browse through the information. Seeing this, Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. However, I still don't understand why you suddenly want to work with the dynasty. Angering the arcane church is not a good thing for you. You don't have to worry about that. Escod's doppelganger did not even raise his head. Han Xiao stroked his chin and pondered. He had a feeling that this was not Escod's original intention and that he had been bewitched by someone else. Although Escod's actions could be considered to be pleasing the dynasty, Han Xiao felt that this was more like an opportunity to purposely increase the losses of the arcane church, targeting Sagman and the other beyond grade as to weaken the high-level combatants of the arcane church. If we succeed, who will benefit the most? The Red Empire? The Radiant Federation? Or those supercluster civilizations? Han Xiao pondered. After the arcane church split up and fled, Rogue, Sagman, and the others changed their spaceships, abandoned the main ship, and pretended to be an ordinary team, fleeing toward the true location of the secret Stargate. Rogue thought that this method of splitting up could confuse the Empire's pursuing troops, but what happened next made him pale with fright. Some of the teams that were fleeing in other directions were attacked, and the attackers were not only the dynasty's fleet but also the fallen Ark. Is Escod crazy? Why did he attack us? Rogue was shocked and furious. His face was pale, and he panted heavily as he stared at the star map with bloodshot eyes. Teams were wiped out one after another. Escod probably turned around and reached an agreement with the Red Empire. This guy, he's determined to use us to restrain the dynasty. Sagman was also furious. It was one thing for Escod to betray them, but now, he was even playing the blame game. Although he did not have high hopes for Escod's moral integrity, he was still infuriated by Escod's actions. Saika stared at the star map and suddenly said, "The situation is a little strange. They were able to accurately attack our squads. Is it because those squads were unlucky enough to run into the Empire's blockade, or does the Empire still know our whereabouts?" As soon as this was said, everyone's expression changed. Black Star is a virtual mechanic. He might have done something. Cisco clenched his teeth. What kind of mechanic is he? Mercer rubbed his fists and thought stubbornly. Hearing this, Rogue hurriedly ordered the fleet's artificial intelligence to be activated. However, they did not detect Han Xiao's infiltration program, so they could not clear it. We actually can't find Black Star's infiltration program. Sagman's head hurt. He was very knowledgeable, and a virtual mechanic who could easily bypass the firewall of a universal civilization was not easy to deal with. Although they were not sure if Han Xiao had done something, they decided to prepare for the worst because of Han Xiao's performance this time. Rogue clenched his teeth. Right now, the Empire's encirclement has yet to take shape. This is our only chance to escape. Spread the word. Everyone, split into 1,000,000 teams from the hundreds. Also, cut off the quantum network connection of half of the teams. He wanted to use more teams to confuse the dynasty before the encirclement was formed. Splitting into 1,000,000 teams meant that each team would only have a few spaceships, which meant that they had given up on the ability to resist. As long as they encountered the dynasty's fleet, they would have no chance of escaping. Cutting off the quantum network connection of half of the teams meant that these teams would become isolated troops with no one to command them. They would all become deaf and mute, unable to communicate with the other teams. They could only follow the instructions of the star map and escape. The only advantage of this was that they would be able to get rid of any possible location after cutting off the quantum network. Rogue was prepared to cut off the quantum network for his own troops, which meant that he had given up on command and handed over the command to his adjutant. Because of Han Xiao's methods, Rogue made such a decision to abandon almost everyone in exchange for a chance of survival for himself and the 5 beyond grade as. Ninja stared at him coldly and said, "Your Excellency Commander, if you do this, you will be court-martialed when you return." He. Rogue laughed bitterly. "If I fail this battle, what future will I have when I return? If not for Black Star turning the situation around, how could I have failed? Do I hate you? Of course I do. But, you're still the high-level combatants of the Arcane Church. The Arcane Church doesn't care about these millions of battleships and soldiers. We can build more battleships and gather more ordinary soldiers at any time, but you're different. Beyond grade as are existences that can't be replicated. Plus, you have the universal treasure, the 10,000 deity scepter. My primary mission is to escort you high-level combatants out of here. Your safety is a higher priority than any of us. When we were in the military officer academy, our mentors told us that we shouldn't be officers if we weren't ruthless. Getting the best of both worlds is a beautiful and greedy fantasy. Most of the time, the situation doesn't allow us to be willful, and we will often have to make choices. In order to complete the tactical mission, everything that is relatively unimportant can be abandoned. I've already thought it through. Who cares about the court-martialed? I only have one mission now, and that is to preserve the strength of the arcane church. After saying so much in one breath, Luo Ji opened his bloodshot eyes wide and gasped for breath. Sagman and the others narrowed their eyes. As beyond grade as, they would not be easily moved by the words of others. In fact, with their experience, Rogue's thoughts could not escape their eyes. The five of them looked at each other before turning to look at Rogue. Sagman said calmly, "All right. We'll do as you say then." Shattered Star Ring, Blue Star, Floating Dragon Island. Compared to a few months ago, Floating Dragon now had many more facilities. Countless spaceships came and went, and it seemed very prosperous. Because they had officially established their base, Floating Dragon no longer allowed galactic pirates and scavengers to stay on the island. All the grey organizations on the island were chased away. Of course, there were also some who did not dare approach the stronghold of the Black Star Corps and took the initiative to escape. Now, the organizations that had entered Floating Dragon were all legitimate financial groups. Under the influence of Floating Dragon, Blue Star also received the favor of many financial groups and welcomed new development opportunities. In the palace of Floating Dragon Island, Ames sat on the throne. Her fair legs stretched out from under her high-cut black dress, crossing each other to form a beautiful curve, looking very enchanting and seductive. Ames supported her chin with her right hand and looked down at the representatives of the financial groups who had come to meet her. Her expression was calm, and she looked indifferent, but in fact, she was indeed in a daze. Aya, these miscellaneous matters will be taken care of by Jenny in the end anyway. She could not be bothered. Ames's thoughts had long drifted to other places as she muttered to herself, "That's right. I wonder how Hella and Aurora are doing. TSK, Blackstar is so annoying. He took my 2 students away for so long and did not send back any news at all. Beep beep." At this time, the communicator floating by the side suddenly rang. Ames raised her finger and grabbed the communicator. Looking at it, she was a little surprised. "Austin? Didn't this guy go to the secondary dimensions to look for materials?" Curious, Ames picked up the call, and Austin's figure appeared on the screen. "Why are you looking for me?" Austin smiled and said, "Ames, I have a piece of information here that might be useful to you." Ames raised her brows and said, "Interesting. When did you become an information dealer? Isn't that Blackstar hobby?" Austin did not mind. With a meaningful smile, he told Ames everything that had happened on Planet Lighthouse. At the start, Ames was still listening lazily, but as Austin narrated, she gradually sat up straight and became expressionless. An unstable force field floated around her, bringing a huge pressure. The financial group representatives below felt a chill in their hearts and did not know what to do. "That's the situation." Austin ended the narration and added, "Seeing that you're Blackstar ally, I specially informed you. As I expected, you didn't know anything. Blackstar hid this from you. Hehe, it seems like he doesn't want you to get involved in this storm. Don't be long-winded. I know what you mean. Humph. Anyway, thanks. I do need this information." Ames hung up and closed her eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Aesop also heard this information and shook his head. The prophecy came true. Luckily, I reminded Blackstar, or else he might not have been able to escape this time. Blackstar hid this from you probably because he doesn't want you to get involved in the storm of a universal civilization. However, Austin deliberately told you this because he wants to muddy the waters. He's indeed a little kid who wants to see the world burn. Hearing this, Ames opened her eyes and said coldly, "I'm his ally, not his subordinate." What right does he have to tell me whether I get involved or not? Aesop helplessly shook his head and said, I knew it. Then, what do you want to do? Help me contact the Red Empire's special envoy, Zoel. The Red Empire will very likely mobilize troops in the Shattered Star Ring and attack the Arcane Church's garrison and Stargate station here. As she spoke, Ames stood up, and her black dress fluttered. Black Star, Cisco, Heber, and Austin, the four of them are all in the flickering world, therefore. I'm the only beyond grade A in the Shattered Star Ring. I'll go wherever I want to go. Around 6,700 words today. It's almost the end of the month. Chapter 855. More and more fleets from the dynasty gathered, and the desolate universe belt outside the Dawnstar cluster was sealed. The encirclement was slowly taking shape, and the gap left for the Arcane Church fleet was getting smaller and smaller. With the help of Han Xiao's positioning, the dynasty captured more enemy spaceships. After Rogue divided his fleet into millions of teams, these teams had no way of breaking through the encirclement of the dynasty's search teams. Once they encountered the dynasty, they would only be annihilated or captured alive. Not long after, hundreds of thousands of spaceships fell into the hands of the dynasty, and countless crestfallen members of the Arcane Church became captives. However, Rogue's method of escaping by cutting off his tail did increase the difficulty of the dynasty's pursuit. Lu Xun once said that the best way to hide something was not to lock it in a safe but to hide it in a sea of bait. This was the situation that the dynasty was currently facing. On the main ship of the pursuit force, Tarakov was having a video conference, analyzing the situation with Han Xiao and the others. According to the confessions of the captives, the enemy's commander, Rogue, abandoned his troops to confuse us. Furthermore, half of the enemy's ships have disconnected from the internet and escaped from our surveillance. They have become a lone army that is fleeing in the dark. We have captured the Glorious Sun flagship, but there are no traces of Rogue and the others on it. Therefore, they should be hiding among the disconnected troops. Han Xiao rubbed his chin. Looks like they've noticed my infiltration. They actually chose to cut off their tail and escape, abandoning all their troops and sending them into our hands. This commander called Rogo is quite bold. Black Star, do you have any ideas? As long as the fleet that has disconnected from the network reconnects to the quantum network for an instant, their location will be exposed. Han Xiao shrugged. When he left the infiltration program, he had not learned Virtual Creator yet. Therefore, the function of the program was limited by the firewall. If the virtual technology back then was at its current level, it would not be as simple as leaving the infiltration program. Instead, he would be able to bypass the artificial intelligence defense mechanism and secretly infect the enemy's artificial intelligence with his virus. Even if the enemy had disconnected from the network, he would be able to force the enemy's artificial intelligence back on, which would resolve the current situation to a certain extent. I can do divination, Ravenlouder said. But there are also two sorcerers on the ethereal side. They must have set up an interference field on themselves to prevent others from peeping. Let's try. It's free anyway. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Ravenlouder snorted. He raised his hand and grabbed. A light blue crystal appeared in his palm. Inside the crystal, there was a cluster of grey clouds. Crack. The next moment, the expensive divination orb broke into two halves. Crystal, 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 of course. Everyone looked at him with a look that clearly said, "You're useless." Ravenlouder was rather thick-skinned. He put away the divination ball as if nothing had happened and even asked if he could reimburse it. Tarakov decided to ignore him for the moment. At this moment, Heber muttered to himself. The enemy has divided their forces, and the number of battleships in each division has decreased. They lack the ability to break through, so the main team led by Rogo may be the only one with the ability to break through. Once a Beyond Grade A makes a move, they will be discovered by our people. However, we have no corresponding eyewitness reports for the time being, which means that they have not touched our blockade line from beginning to end. These people are pretty lucky. Bioni snorted. Luck. Han Xiao blinked and suddenly had an idea. He turned around and looked at Fu Ding behind him with a burning gaze. Fu Ding, pick a few positions. Which direction do you think Luo Ji's troops will escape in? If you're lucky, you might get it. Fu Ding did not know whether to laugh or cry. Black Star, it's one thing for you to tease me about my luck, but how can you be like this in front of outsiders? Don't joke about such serious matters. What are you talking about? Which eye of yours saw that I was joking? Han Xiao shrugged and said seriously, as you can see, we have encountered a problem that we can't solve. Why don't we let you give it a try and believe in metaphysics? Who knows, you might really hit the jackpot. It's not a loss anyway, so don't reject it. Seeing Han Xiao's firm attitude, Fu Ding had no choice. He could only casually point a few times on the star map and circle a few directions under the gazes of a bunch of beyond grade as. Hey, don't blame me if it's wrong. Han Xiao laughed and grabbed Fu Ding's shoulder with one arm, pulling the helpless Fu Ding into his arms and hugging him tightly. He then looked at Tarakov and said with a smile, Chief Commander, focus on the directions he pointed out. Who knows, we might really meet Luo Ge. You're taking this too lightly. Aurora could not help but complain. However, when she looked up, she realized that Tarakov, Milizors, and the other beyond grade as were all calm and did not find it strange at all. I see. Tarakov pondered. At this point, relying on intuition is not a bad idea. Milizors and the others nodded in agreement. They were all knowledgeable and experienced experts. They believed in intuition more than ordinary people. Luck was also a part of strength. Luo Ge's team only had a dozen small spaceships. After the network was cut off, they had already lost contact with the other fleets. They did not know what had happened to the other teams and could only flee alone. We're not far from the secret Stargate. We haven't encountered the Dynasty's fleet yet. As long as we continue to bypass the Dynasty's defense line, we'll reach the secret Stargate very soon. Luo Ge looked at the star map and said with a deep voice. Looks like we're quite lucky, Taylor said. It's not all luck. We pretended to be escaping in the direction of the Dynasty's fleet, so the Dynasty's defense line is weaker, Luo Ge said. Sagman nodded slowly. Based on our current progress, we'll be able to, woo. Before he finished, the alarm of the spaceship rang. Warning. Radar response detected. Concealment has been detected. Please prepare for battle. Everyone turned around, only to see an Imperial fleet charging toward them from the side on the radar screen. Damn it. Luo Ge slammed the control panel angrily. Stealth mode could cover their tracks, but if they were too close, they would still be detected by other people's radars. A Dynasty fleet that was also in stealth mode had just brushed past them, and both sides had detected each other at the same time. Luo Ge turned around and shouted to Sagman and the others, there are 50 enemy fleets. The enemy has 50 battleships. Everyone, please get rid of them quickly. Although the speed of the Arcane Church's battleships was slightly faster, the technology of the Red Empire was still at the standard of a universal civilization, so it would not be so easy to shake them off. If they continued to chase after them, the surrounding Dynasty fleets would be able to lock onto their exact location. Thus, they could only eliminate this Dynasty fleet that had discovered them first. Sagman and the others nodded with a solemn expression. Both sides encountered each other, and with the help of 5 beyond grade as, Luo Ge's team wiped out this tracking team effortlessly. However, they had also exposed the existence of Sagman and the others. The Dynasty already knows that we're in this direction. We have to hurry toward the secret Stargate and escape before the enemy beyond grade arrive. Luo Ge clenched his fists. Due to their location being exposed, Luo Ge's team was heavily locked down. They could no longer play any tricks and could only fight their way out. They originally wanted to increase their speed, but they were held back and slowed down instead. Tarakov, Han Xiao, and the others, who received the news, immediately changed their direction and chased after them. The distance between both sides was quickly shortened, and they were also getting closer to the secret Stargate. This time, Luo Ge and the others were escaping toward the secret Stargate. The Dynasty's search fleet finally discovered the location of the secret Stargate, and a battle broke out between them and the Arcane Church. Luo-Ge and the others happened to arrive at the battlefield midway through the battle. After their location was exposed, they forced their way through and finally arrived at the secret Stargate with the strength of 5 beyond grade as. Beside the huge Stargate station, the arcane church that was guarding this stronghold was fighting fiercely with the dynasty's fleet. Reinforcements were constantly arriving from the other side of the Stargate. In the distance, Luo-Ge and the others watched the battle. With the hope of escaping right in front of them, Luo-Ge, Sagman, and the others were all excited. Luo-Ge opened the quantum network again and contacted the defending army of the Stargate station. He then commanded his team to charge toward the back of the dynasty's fleet and join the battle, wanting to open a bloody path to enter the Stargate. However, at this moment, the main fleet led by Tarakov finally arrived. Han Xiao and the others immediately noticed Sagman's group of 5, who were using their beyond grade A strength to advance through the battlefield. Do it. Without hesitation, Han Xiao and the others left the spaceship and charged toward Sagman and the others. Luo-Ge was the first to notice this. His face turned ashen, and his heart sank to the bottom. Those beyond grade A still had a chance to escape into the Stargate with their own strength, but he had nowhere to run. He had even abandoned his troops, but he still could not escape. The powerful energy wave attracted the attention of Sagman and the rest. They all turned around to take a look, and their expressions changed drastically. They've caught up. Don't let them hold us back. Sagman and the others did not even dare to turn around and fight. They quickly increased their speed and fled. They did not even care about the dynasty's fleet that was fighting with the defending army of the Stargate station. They only wanted to charge into the Stargate before Han Xiao and the others caught up to them. They all knew that once they were held back by someone of the same level, their chances of escaping from the flickering world would be extremely slim. 5 shooting stars fled in the front while the other 5 were in hot pursuit. Both parties, one in front and one behind, flitted across the chaotic interstellar battlefield. Attack the Stargate. Those on Han Xiao's side who had long-range attacks fired at the secret Stargate. The Mech Legion's attacks, Star-Shaking Punch, Arcane Impact, and other beyond grade A attacks headed straight for the secret Stargate. The planetary shield covering the Stargate cracked and would not last for long. Sagman and the others gritted their teeth and took the initiative to receive some of the long-range attacks from Han Xiao and the others. They would rather be injured to reduce the damage to the secret Stargate and make use of the recoil force to speed up their escape. Now, it was Sagman and the others' turn to protect the Stargate. They were in a very difficult position. The focused fire of the Mech Legion caused extremely high damage, and Mercer was in the worst state. He did not have any long-range energy defense like Cisco, Sagman, Ninja, and the others. Most of the time, he could only use his body to take the attacks head-on. He spat out mouthfuls of green blood, and his condition kept deteriorating. Sagman and the 2 mags were the fastest. They passed through the battlefield and charged into the Stargate. Psyker followed closely behind and used his psychic shield to take a round of attacks from the Mechanical Army's planet destroyer cannons head-on before flying into the Stargate. The 4 of them escaped through the Stargate, and only Mercer was left on the battlefield. Not far away from the Stargate, Han Xiao and the others finally caught up. Heber stepped forward and grabbed Mercer tightly. The 2 giant beasts wrestled and rolled in the universe. Their flight path deviated, and they flew past the Stargate, smashing through the shattered shield and breaking a corner of the Stargate. Han Xiao waved his hand, and a small mechanical army charged into the Stargate to scout ahead. However, the next moment, they lost contact with this mechanical army and were wiped out. Under Mercer's despairing gaze, the space vortex of this Stargate suddenly disappeared and was closed from the other side. Seeing this, Milizors flapped his dragon wings and snorted. The 4 fellows who escaped destroyed the Stargate on the other side. Humph, it seems like they abandoned Mercer. At least one of them is left behind. Ravenlord's lips curled up. Everyone looked over. Mercer was the only beyond grade A left on this battlefield. He was heavily surrounded and had nowhere to go. Heber was currently fighting Mercer, who was in despair and rage. The muscles of the two of them were rubbing against each other, and the splashing flames were like the sun. Sensing the gazes of Han Xiao and the others, Heba said with a deep voice, "This is my prey. Don't interfere." The others did not mind. Mercer had nowhere to run. Since Heba wanted to fight him one-on-one, they did not mind watching the show and observing the strength of the two of them. Han Xiao clicked his tongue and joked, "You're so energetic, little Tai Tai." "Don't call me that." Veins popped out of Heba's forehead. He ignored Han Xiao and focused on dealing with Mercer. He finally had the chance to capture a Beyond Grade A alive, so he was not going to give up. The Stargate passage had been destroyed, and the enemy had no way of retreating. The stubborn garrison of the secret Stargate had been crushed by Tarakov, and it wouldn't take long for them to be completely defeated. There was no suspense in the outcome of the battle. This time, Tarakov joined the call and nodded with satisfaction. 4 escaped, and 1 was left behind. Rogue was also captured. The result of this battle is not bad. Even if Sagman and the other 3 escape from the flickering world, they will have to face a new round of pursuit. Escaping from the flickering world did not mean that Sagman and the others were safe. The Red Empire was setting up an interception force in the Shattered Star Ring. The Black Star Corps, Bloodshed Land, Klent, and the other dynasty allies were also on the move, not to mention the Radiant Federation. Sagman and the others' escape was far from over. If they wanted to be truly safe, they had to cross the vast Shattered Star Ring. Hearing this, Han Xiao spoke. "I just hacked into the Stargate database and obtained the coordinates of the other side of the Stargate." Tarakov's eyes sparkled. "This way, we can uproot the secret Stargate of the Arcane Church and lock onto their location." "Black Star, good job." Han Xiao smiled and turned to look at the battlefield between Heba and Mercer. Capturing Mercer was only a matter of time. Heaving a sigh of relief, Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. This was the second Beyond Grade A captive that the dynasty had captured. He wondered if the Arcane Church would be satisfied with his return gift. At the same time, somewhere in the desolate universe belt outside the Shattered Star Ring, at the secret Stargate exit of the Arcane Church, Sagman and the other 3 fell into silence as they stared at the destroyed Stargate in front of them. Mercer didn't escape. Sagman gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. If the ambush plan had succeeded, killing Milizors, Black Star, and Bioni, the dynasty would only have 3 Beyond Grade as left in the flickering world, and they would have been able to escape easily. But now, one careless move, and they would lose everything. "Don't stay here. Black Star will definitely be able to track this location." "Leave quickly," Ninja hurriedly said. Sagman recovered from his shock and said with a gloomy expression, "Let's go. We have to bring the 10,000 deity scepter back." After being a Beyond Grade A for so long, they had not been in such a desperate situation for a long time. Chapter 856. In the flickering world, the remaining soldiers of the Arcane Church were basically wiped out by the dynasty. A large number of spaceships were seized, and countless soldiers were captured. Mercer and Heba fought for a very long time. The 2 pugilists kept exchanging blows, and the pugilist flames were like sparks from clashing weapons. Their fists, which contained explosive power, landed heavily on each other's bodies time and time again. The Beyond Grade A pugilist was the embodiment of the true meaning of speed and strength. His movements were as fast as lightning, leaving behind countless afterimages. His exquisite melee combat skills were the combination of strength and beauty. Milizors and the others rarely engaged in melee combat, so watching the show from the side was simply pleasing to the eye. In the end, the 2 of them were completely exhausted and covered in wounds. Their chests heaved up and down violently. Heba's condition was slightly better. With his bulging muscles, he firmly held onto Mercer and brought him back to the spaceship. Bang! Mercer's heavy body was thrown onto the deck. He was in a semi-conscious state, and he could not get up again. Heba took a deep breath, calmed down the restless blood in his body, and looked around at the people in the room. He then pointed at Mercer and said with a deep voice, "It's done." Clap, 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 clap. Sparse applause could be heard in the room. Tarakov and the others gave him face and clapped with polite smiles on their faces. With Black Star's feat of instantly killing Dylan in a desperate situation, they did not feel any admiration for Heber's feat of deliberately creating a one-on-one environment to defeat an opponent who was already injured. They even felt that it was too slow. However, they did not dare say it out loud to offend Heber. Han Xiao was different. He was not afraid of Heber. With a drink in his hand, he bit on the straw and said with a muffled voice, "So slow, little Tai Tai. Why did you fight for so long?" The two pugilists had been fighting for quite some time, and the battlefield had long been cleaned up. The spectators had already relaxed and started to eat and drink. Humph. Heber was not bothered by it. No matter what, the achievement of defeating Mercer was already his. In the future, no one would talk about all the details. Everyone would only know that he had defeated a Beyond Grade A. With this title, it was more than enough to intimidate everyone. Tarakov clapped his hands and gestured for everyone to look over before he continued. "Since Heber is here, let's repeat what happened earlier. I've already informed Uranril about the results of this battle, and Her Excellency is very satisfied with our results. The Arcane Church's assault troops were basically wiped out, and the dynasty now has 2 Beyond Grade as in Dylan and Mercer. With such chips, the dynasty has the upper hand. Her Excellency the ruler will announce this matter to the entire universe and let all the organizations in the universe know the Arcane Church's actions. And the universe will see the price they have to pay." The pursuit in the flickering world did not last long, and the dynasty was still blocking the news. The outside world was still in the dark, and it was only a matter of time before they announced it to the entire universe. If the Arcane Church had escaped unscathed after the assault, the dynasty's prestige would have taken a hit. However, it was different now. The Arcane Church had gone for wool and come home shorn. Not only were their troops wiped out, but 2 of their 6 Beyond Grade as were also captured by the dynasty. The dynasty's prestige did not decrease but instead increased. The upper echelons of the dynasty were extremely satisfied with the actions of Han Xiao and the others. The dynasty would not let go of such an opportunity to promote their own Beyond Grade as. Han Xiao was the focus of the promotion, and the dynasty was prepared to write about how he had turned the situation around. Increasing the prestige of the dynasty's allies would also increase the prestige of the dynasty. It was a win-win situation. When the tyrant was wrestling with Mercer earlier, Tarakov had already informed Han Xiao. Therefore, Han Xiao only raised his eyebrows to indicate that he understood. On the other hand, there are still 4 Beyond Grade as who escaped into the Shattered Star Ring. The dynasty will try to hunt them down. However, the situation in the Shattered Star Ring is different from the flickering world. Everyone, the dynasty hopes that you can temporarily head to the Shattered Star Ring to hold the fort. The flickering world was currently the dynasty's territory, and the other organizations did not have any foundation there. Therefore, the dynasty could set up an inescapable blockade to chase after the enemies without being disturbed by outsiders. However, the environment of the Shattered Star Ring was different. The various organizations were complicated, and the Arcane Church also had various spies in the Shattered Star Ring. Sagman and the other Beyond Grade as no longer had only one way to escape. They could split up and disguise themselves as some galactic civilization citizens, making it easier for them to hide their tracks. Furthermore, with the entire starfield as the range, the difficulty of the dynasty chasing after the enemies would increase exponentially. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Of course, Sagman and the others were in great danger. As the prey, the pressure on them was much greater. Because the enemies had increased the distance between them through the secret Stargate, the dynasties Beyond Grade as could not continue to chase after them. They could only choose to head to the Shattered Star Ring. After all, the enemies would definitely be hiding, and they could only attack when they found traces of the enemies. Han Xiao smiled and said, "The Shattered Star Ring is the Shattered Star Ring. The Shattered Star Ring is the main camp of the Black Star Army. I sincerely invite all of you here to visit the Black Star Army as guests. While you're here, I'll take care of your meals and lodging." Heber immediately said, "The Shattered Star Ring is also my territory. The Black Star Corps has only been established for a few years, so there's nothing much to see. Everyone, come to my bloodshed land. Everyone present was a beyond grade A and had extraordinary influence. As the local tyrants, both of them wanted to pull the others over to their organizations as guests. This would indirectly increase the reputation of their organizations. Milizors chuckled and said, "Since Black Star has invited me, I'll go to your place." Bioni nodded and said, "All right, you promised to host me in the Central Galaxy last time. Let's make use of this opportunity." The two of them had stayed with Han Xiao on Planet Lighthouse for a month, and they had even fought side by side not long ago. With such a comrade in arms, their relationship was naturally much closer. "Black Star, I'll go to your place too. We'll make use of this opportunity to talk about mechanical technology," Maximila said through the remote projection. "No problem," Han Xiao agreed without hesitation. Maximila was a mechanic, so his interest in his peers was naturally higher than his interest in a muscular guy. The few of them ignored Heber's invitation. Heber's expression stiffened, and he felt a little embarrassed. He then turned to look at Ravenlouder. Ravenlord's mouth twitched, and he coughed before helplessly saying, "Then, I'll go to Bloodshed Land then." Although he did not get along with Han Xiao, everyone else had gone to the Black Star Corps. He also wanted to join in the fun and see if he could find a chance to use the evolution cube. However, being stared at by Heber gave him a headache. In the end, he could only say one thing and mean another. Heber's expression became a little better. At least not everyone ignored him. However, looking at the three people on Han Xiao's side, Heber felt an inexplicable sense of defeat. He had been managing the Tyrant's Party in the Shattered Star Ring for many years and thought that he had a lot of connections. However, outside of the Shattered Star Ring, the experts of the same level in the other starfields might not even give him face. He felt that he had lost to Han Xiao in terms of connections and did not feel good. Tarakov coughed and interrupted everyone's conversation. Due to the increased difficulty of the search, the dynasty has decided to cut off the enemy's path of retreat in advance. In other words, they will attack the Stargate station of the Arcane Church in the Shattered Star Ring so that they will not be able to return to the Central Galaxy quickly. The dynasty's ambassador in the Shattered Star Ring, Zoal, is already dispatching troops. When the dynasty announces this matter, they will attack. Then, it seems like we won't be able to make it in time. Han Xiao nodded. Neither side has any beyond grade as. Will the dynasty's troops in the Shattered Star Ring be able to get rid of the Arcane Church's troops? You guessed wrong. We have beyond grade A combatants. Han Xiao was stunned. Did the dynasty invite other beyond grade A allies from the other starfields? Won't there not be enough time? The Arcane Church also has the time to send beyond grade A combatants. No, our beyond grade A combatants are local to the Shattered Star Ring. Local? Heber and I are both in the flickering world. Austin is on his way back and won't be able to make it in time, let alone Cisco. As he said that, Han Xiao suddenly realized something. His expression sank, and his tone was unfriendly. You guys used my name to ask Ames for help. Black Star, you've misunderstood. It was not us. The Dragon Emperor took the initiative to look for Zoal and requested to participate in the attack on the Stargate station. Tarakov waved his hands. I only found out about this not too long ago. Zoal has already promised her. With you guys not around, she's the only beyond grade A in the Shattered Star Ring. She can provide a huge amount of help. How did she know what happened here? This? I don't know. Tarakov shook his head. Han Xiao frowned, walked to the side, and contacted Ames. Ames' projection appeared. Seeing Han Xiao, she sized him up and said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, Yo, busy guy, you're finally willing to look for me? Han Xiao did not beat around the bush and asked directly, Let me ask you, did you contact the dynasty and prepare to interfere in this matter? Why, do you have a problem with that? Ames' lips curled up. Han Xiao nodded and said with a deep voice, You shouldn't interfere. You shouldn't get involved. This isn't a good thing for you. Is this your first day knowing me? Ames' tone was calm. To me, there are only things I want to do and things I don't want to do. You're my ally, and if I don't help you when you're attacked, What kind of ally am I? Humph, you're still hiding it from me. If not for Austin telling me, I wouldn't even know that you're in such danger in the flickering world. So, it's that old man Austin. Han Xiao was helpless. I'm not hiding it from you. I just didn't tell you for the time being. I don't think there's a need for me to inform you immediately. Sometimes, I really want to beat you to death. Ames snorted. It's a pity that you've become so much stronger. I don't have the confidence to beat you now. Han Xiao scratched his chin and said helplessly, don't change the topic. Even if you don't interfere, the dynasty can still attack the Stargate. You don't have to do this. You're not a member of the dynasty and don't have the protection of the dynasty. If you anger the Arcane Church, your situation will be very troublesome. Is that so? What about Austin? You don't seem to be thinking about him at all. Ames' tone was mocking. How is that the same? Han Xiao shook his head. Austin owes me a favor, but you don't. Instead, I owe you a favor. Plus, we're on the same side, so of course I'm thinking about you. TSK, so you still know how to talk like a human. Ames joked before her tone became serious. All right, you don't have to say any more. You know, as long as I make a decision, even Aesop won't be able to change my mind. All right. Han Xiao was helpless but also a little touched. When he was weak, Ames had also supported him like this. Although she was now a big shot on the same level, she still did the same. Those old memories seemed to have come back to life. Then, be careful. After hanging up, Han Xiao contacted Zoel. Haha, Your Excellency Blackstar, it's been a while. Zoel's face appeared, and he laughed heartily. I've heard about your contributions in the flickering world. Well done. Back then, it was Zoel who introduced Han Xiao to the dynasty. Now that Han Xiao had made a contribution, he had also received a certain amount of praise, so he was in a very good mood. Zoel, I have something to ask of you. Han Xiao told him his request. That's all. Don't worry, I'll tell the garrison commander not to order the Dragon Emperor to carry out the most dangerous attack when they attack the Stargate station. Alright, I'll return to the Shattered Star Ring soon. Come to the Black Star Corps headquarters then, and we'll have a good gathering. Milizors, Bioni, and Maximila will also be there. They're all big shots. Zoel's eyes sparkled. With his position, he would at most come into contact with the Beyond Grade as of the Shattered Star Ring. He would not have the chance to meet these Beyond Grade as of the other starfields. After ending the call, Han Xiao returned to Tarakov and the others. With the help of the others, he used the space-time amber to seal Mercer, who was struggling and howling in pain. Then, the fleet turned around and began their return journey. They would return to the Shattered Star Ring through the Stargate in the Dawn Star Cluster, which would take a few days. Originally, Han Xiao thought that he would have to stay in the flickering world forever. He did not expect that because of this small incident, he would be able to take some time out to return to the main camp. However, it did not matter where he was. The Black Star Corps continued to explore the flickering world as planned. Opening the forums, Han Xiao realized that the Red Empire's order, Full Pursuit, mission had not ended yet. There were still many Arcane Church teams scattered in other directions, and there were still many fallen Arc teams that had not escaped. Compared to the remaining 4, Han Xiao wanted to deal with Escod more. However, the dynasty's focus was on the Arcane Church. Without the help of his teammates, Han Xiao did not have the confidence to kill Escod. I can only wait for the Red Empire to announce this matter to the entire universe and launch a large-scale counterattack before trying to convince the dynasty to accept my suggestion. Han Xiao thought to himself, political assets should be able to have some influence in this area. On the second day after capturing Mercer, the Red Empire held a press conference in between the daily news. Ruler Uranril personally made a statement and announced the cause of this incident to the entire universe. Countless galactic media outlets broadcasted the video of this speech to every galactic civilization in the various starfields. Be it the official platform, the television, or the entertainment channel, the scene was all switched to the dynasty's statement. The captains in spaceships all took out their communicators and stared at the broadcast. The bartenders and customers in the bars all looked up at the screen above their heads. The passengers in the galactic transit stations all looked up at the dome projection in midair. Countless galactic residents heard the Red Empire's announcement at the same time. The galactic residents only knew that the flickering world was a new starfield that was being developed. They did not know anything else. However, in this unknown star field that they could not see, a battle between 11 beyond grade has actually happened. The Arcane Church and the Red Empire had a head-on conflict, and both universal civilizations announced that they had entered a state of emergency. This announcement threw a psionic bomb to the entire galactic society, causing huge wave. Remember the mobile version of the website, M860 Stay, Invite, and Announcement, page 11, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 857. A universal civilization that used public opinion as a weapon had more than enough qualifications to use the entire universe's galactic media to express their views. The influence of a universal civilization was spread throughout the various starfields, far beyond what a star cluster civilization could compare to. Ruler Uranril made a speech to the entire universe, explaining the process in detail. Then, the dynasty's news channel released an official document, recording the intelligence of this incident and making it public to the outside world. The document emphasized that the Arcane Church was blinded by greed. For the sake of the evolution cube, they ignored the dynasty's sovereignty over the flickering world and openly joined hands with the infamous Fallen Ark to attack the dynasty's military forces, causing the dynasty to suffer huge losses. The dynasty strongly condemned this action and reserved the intention to pursue the matter. They announced that they would temporarily stop all diplomatic activities with the Arcane Church and enter a state of wartime alert. The dynasty's wording was very serious, making the galactic residents think that they had suffered a huge loss. However, after browsing through the detailed process of the incident recorded in the document, they were surprised to find that the dynasty did not lose much of their forces in the attack. Instead, they fought back and even captured 2 beyond grade as in the flickering world as captives. The dynasty emphasized Black Star's contributions in the process of describing the incident and publicized his achievements. On one hand, the dynasty was helping Han Xiao increase his deterrence, and on the other hand, it was attacking the Arcane Church. The Arcane Church was the background of Black Star's contribution this time. Black Star gained fame from the Arcane Church, and the more famous this incident was, the greater the impact on the Arcane Church's reputation would be. When the news of Black Star capturing Dylan spread, it caused a huge uproar. Han Xiao had become a new beyond grader not long ago, so the galactic residents were not unfamiliar with him. They did not expect that in less than a year, Black Star, who was still considered a rookie among the beyond graders, would be able to capture someone of the same level alive. The achievement of killing or capturing a beyond grade A super had an extraordinary meaning in the universe. In the hearts of most people, there was more or less a sense of personal heroism and yearned for their own strength. A beyond grade A super was the pinnacle of individual strength. If someone could conquer this pinnacle, the people would raise them to an even higher altar. Previously, when Han Xiao fought against Cisco and Heba, he only managed to tie with them. Although this could be considered a beyond grade A achievement, it was still somewhat lacking. And this time, he had defeated a powerhouse of the same level. It could be said that after this battle, Han Xiao's prestige and status in the universe had been completely consolidated. The document also pointed out that Heba had captured a beyond grade A super, but compared to Black Star's contribution, it was overshadowed. After all, most of the galactic residents could understand the difference in environmental factors revealed in the intelligence. One of them had fought back under absolute disadvantage, while the other had surrounded an enemy to create a one-on-one situation. There was no comparison at all. Other than being shocked by the dynasty's fierce counterattack, more people were worried about the impact of this incident. The direct conflict between the Red Empire and the Arcane Church made the galactic situation, which had finally calmed down, tense up again. In the past 10 years, it was the Radiant Federation and the Red Empire that were at odds. Now that the Radiant Federation had kept a low profile, it was the Arcane Church that had stepped onto the stage during the Crimson Tide. Ever since the flickering world was discovered, the galactic situation had been in turmoil. No matter how slow some of the galactic residents were, they could tell that the battle between the three universal civilizations had always revolved around this new star field. This was the thread, the main contradiction in the complicated galactic situation. Most of the chaos in the various star fields were related to this. After the dynasty made the announcement, the various supercluster and star cluster civilizations found out. In shock, they hurriedly used their intelligence networks to inquire about the news and organized people to analyze the information revealed in the dynasty's official documents word by word. Black Star became the target of the attention of these organizations, causing countless organizations to be wary. In the internal databases of the various organizations, the threat level of Black Star was greatly increased. The beyond Grade A allies of the three universal civilizations had always been the focus of the various organizations. Different from those beyond grade as who had joined the dynasty for decades or even centuries, Han Xiao had only joined the dynasty for about a year, so his information was extremely limited. His seniority and status among the beyond grade as of the dynasty were not high. However, now, these organizations had no choice but to adjust the threat level of Black Star to the same level as the three pillars of the dynasty, becoming the focus of their attention. The Arcane Church revealed the means that Han Xiao had displayed this time through a secret intelligence channel, and the various organizations all knew that Black Star was suspected to have two universal treasures. Needless to say, the evolution cube was the cause of this battle. The other thing that was suspected to be a universal treasure was able to block the 10,000 deity scepter and seal beyond grade as. In the intelligence of the various organizations, Black Star had a special strategic position and was not just an ordinary beyond grade A combatant. Of course, there was greed. The Arcane Church revealed this information to make many organizations covet the universal treasures in Han Xiao's hands. They had indeed succeeded, but even the Arcane Church was defeated, so the other organizations did not dare to make any moves. Black Star's achievements in this battle had intimidated many of the forces that coveted him. A few days later, the dynasty launched a military counterattack. The military Stargate station of the Arcane Church in the Shattered Star Ring was ambushed by the dynasty's troops, and the battle was intense. It was said that the energy reaction of the battlefield could be observed even from a star zone away. After Sagman's surprise fleet failed, the Arcane Church guessed that the Red Empire would cut off their Stargate channel in the Shattered Star Ring, so they sent reinforcements in advance. They even sent another beyond grade A combatant to defend the Shattered Star Ring. However, the Arcane Church had secretly sent out 6 beyond grade as for the surprise attack and had the other beyond grade as stay in their own bases to attract attention. It would take some time for them to be dispatched, and the dynasty took advantage of the time difference. Ames was currently the only beyond grade A in the Shattered Star Ring, and she participated in the attack before the reinforcements of the Arcane Church arrived. Her force field was a powerful weapon in galactic warfare, and it easily disrupted and pierced through the formation of the troops stationed in the Stargate station. She also used her force field to destroy the Stargate station, cutting off the enemy's escape route, helping the dynasty to destroy the military Stargate stations of the Arcane Church one after another, catching the Arcane Church off guard. Then, the dynasty sent troops to monitor all the public Stargates and set up informants in the Shattered Star Ring to monitor the movements of the Arcane Church troops. However, as a universal civilization, the Arcane Church also had various countermeasures. Shattered Star Ring, a certain galactic transit station. The old medal bar was located in the 7th scrap station of the planet. On the surface, it was a bar for workers. It was a slightly dilapidated bar, but it was always full of customers. Secretly, it was the stronghold of a black market merchant nicknamed Night Bat. There was no absolute order in the universe. There would always be shadows under the light, and the galactic black market was the biggest shadow of the galactic society. Where there were people, there would be demand, and where there was demand, there would be smugglers taking risks. Black markets existed in every region of the universe. Some were products that the local ruling civilizations turned a blind eye to, while others were rooted in gray areas that were not controlled by any civilization. In the galactic black market of the Shattered Star Ring, Nightbat was not a big shot. On the contrary, he was a nobody, and his main business was collecting waste. He used this disguise to smuggle and sell some non-military machinery. He did not hide it either. Basically, the local people knew that the old metal bar was his black market stronghold. However, due to its small size and the safety of the goods he sold, it did not attract the attention of any organization. There were at least 1,000 small black market merchants like him in this galactic transit station. On this day, the old metal bar welcomed a cargo captain. This captain was a long-term partner of the waste station. He sold some waste products to Night Bat and mixed some smuggled goods with them. Night Bat personally invited him to the stronghold in the basement of the bar. After dismissing everyone, only Night Bat and this cargo captain were left in the old and dim office. CHA. The cargo captain lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. The grayish-white smoke dissipated in spirals. He smacked his lips, then took out a piece of paper from his chest, pressed it on the desk, and pushed it toward Night Bat opposite him, saying, "This is the list of waste products. Thanks." Night Bat was a skinny man with a fawning smile on his face. Anyone who saw him would only think of the word profiteer. "The goods have been delivered. I'll be leaving first." The cargo captain stood up. "Aren't you going to stay and play? I heard that the Red Widow of Grey Shed Street has a few elf hybrids recently." "Elf hybrids? Forget it, we'll talk about it next time. Have you heard? The Red Empire and the Arcane Church are fighting in the Shattered Star Ring. The situation outside is too dangerous. I'll go home after this trip. I'll come out to work after they're done." The cargo captain seemed to be a little tempted, but he still waved his hands and left the room. Night Bat followed him out and gathered his subordinates to unload the containers of the cargo spaceship and move the waste products inside. In the midst of work, people would not pay attention to the small changes around them. No one realized that Night Bat, who was personally commanding, had suddenly become 1 or 2 centimeters taller and had a slight change in his body shape. However, one of the workers under the cargo captain had the opposite change. After working for half a day, the unloading was finally completed. The cargo spaceship took off and left the planet. The cargo captain had set up the autopilot. He had just taken off his survival armor and was about to return to his room to rest when he received a report from his workers that there were parasitic iron bugs in the warehouse. This was a common galactic parasite that would destroy the structure of the spaceship. Once discovered, it had to be eliminated immediately. When the cargo captain rushed to the warehouse, more than 30 workers had already set up flamethrowers and burned the brown beetles that were dozens of centimeters long into ashes. "Captain, we have the situation under control. We're checking the spread of the iron bugs. Some of the goods have signs of being eaten," a worker reported. Hearing this, the cargo captain was anxious. The goods he was transporting were all orders from customers. If they were destroyed, he would have to pay for it. He was just an ordinary person in the universe. He did this kind of small business for a living, and he could not afford to pay for the goods he transported. "Take me to see it now." The two of them hurried into the warehouse. The flames behind them were getting farther and farther away. At this moment, the worker suddenly pulled out a silenced pistol and aimed it at the cargo captain's forehead. "You!" The cargo captain suddenly froze, his face full of shock. Without waiting for him to speak, the worker fired without hesitation. Poof! 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 The muffled sound of the silenced gun rang out. 3 bullets shot into the cargo captain's head. To an ordinary person, this was undoubtedly fatal. The cargo captain fell to the deck with a plop as blood slowly flowed out. The worker wiped his face and rubbed off a thin camouflage mask, revealing Night Bat's true face. At this moment, Night Bat's face was cold. There was not a trace of a profiteer's aura around him. It was all a disguise. He found the magnetic card and communicator with the captain's authority from the cargo captain's body. He then carried the corpse and swaggered back to the area where the workers were burning the iron-eating insects. Night Bat walked out of the darkness and saw that the situation in the field had changed drastically. Out of the original 30 or so workers, only 5 were left standing. They all held silenced pistols in their hands. More than 20 workers' corpses were strewn across the ground, all of them shot to death. Captain. These people looked at Knight Bat and nodded. They were all spies trained by the arcane church. Knight Bat had disguised himself as a black market merchant for many years, operating an inconspicuous smuggling channel. Some of them disguised themselves as workers and worked for this cargo captain for a very long time. These people had been smuggling for many years, secretly transporting various important mechanical parts in batches. Knight Bat had a few sets of Stargate equipment in his hands. When he was unloading the cargo not long ago, he had asked these workers to do something and secretly send the Stargate equipment onto this cargo spaceship. After hiding for so long, they had been waiting for the organization's call. The Arcane Church activated these spies at such a time. Their mission was to seize an inconspicuous spaceship with a disguised identity, secretly meet up with the Beyond Grade as, and use the Stargate to help Sagman and the others evacuate. Knight Bat's team was not the only spy. At the same time, similar scenes were playing out in various regions of the Shattered Star Ring. Countless small characters who usually did not have a sense of existence began to move. Beyond Grade as were the pinnacle of individual strength, but no one could be called the main character of the universe. The universe was too big, and every small character had their own role. Some small characters could also affect the big picture. Chapter 858. The dynasties Beyond Grade as returned to the Shattered Star Ring from the flickering world through the dynasty's Stargate network in the Dawn Star cluster. After another period of travel, Han Xiao brought Milizors and the others to the Colton Star Cluster, the headquarters of the Black Star Corps. While they were on their way, the Red Empire and the Arcane Church had a confrontation at the border of the Central Galaxy, and the situation was extremely tense. On the Shattered Star Ring's side, the dynasty's troops at the edge of the flickering world went to investigate the secret Stargate exit that Han Xiao had located, but it was already empty. When they heard this news, they knew that it was mainly the work of the search fleet and intelligence personnel. There was not much they could do, so they could only wait for the dynasty to summon them. In the spaceship, Han Xiao, Milizor's spell avatar, Bioni, and Maximila gathered together and looked at the majestic Black Star Corps headquarters outside the porthole. Battleships took off and landed on the enormous planetary fortress one after another. Machines covered the surface of the planet, and metal fortresses lined up neatly. The fleet landed at the dock, and the army officers at the headquarters received the news long ago and came out to welcome them. Opening the hatch, Han Xiao and the others walked out of the spaceship. In front of them was a black mass of people. The army soldiers were lined up in rows and bowed in unison. The sound of the wind caused by their actions was uniform, and the slogan they shouted together had a buzzing sound. Army Commander. Seeing this, Han Xiao's movements paused. He was a little confused. Why did they make it so solemn? It was like a military parade, but he did not give the order to do so. The army officers stood at the front of the crowd, and Sylvia gave Lagi a push. As the deputy commander, Lagi helplessly stepped forward, cleared his throat, and said with a voice that was not so dispirited, "Ahum, welcome back, Army Commander." Han Xiao's eyelids twitched. "What are you guys doing? It's only been a few months. Why are you guys so solemn?" Hurler stepped forward and whispered, "Sylvia said that the entire universe knows that you defeated a Beyond Grade A supers in a head-on battle. This is a good opportunity to boost the cohesion of the army members." There was another reason he didn't mention. When Sylvia found out that Han Xiao had invited other Empire allies to visit the headquarters, she purposely created such a scene to boost Han Xiao's reputation. Of course, Lagi felt that this was unnecessary, but in the end, he couldn't dissuade Sylvia and allowed her to create a military parade. In front of the administrative officer who was in charge of handling all kinds of affairs in the army, Lagi, the lazy vice commander, didn't have any face at all. He was basically an unlucky mascot. Han Xiao did not really like this kind of superficial arrangement, and he did not need the army to support his face, but he did not care about this small matter. Since he had delegated the authority, he had to allow others to have their own ideas. He changed the topic and ordered, "Arrange rooms for these three sirs." "It's been arranged long ago." Sylvia nodded. This time, Lagi sighed and said, I heard that Austin intervened in this incident and caused the forbidden sorcerers to suffer heavy losses. I wonder if that's true. Yes. Han Xiao nodded. Sigh, some familiar faces have disappeared again. Luckily, I jumped ship. Lagi shook his head and said listlessly, but there's no point in talking about this. In a few more years, the materials that make up our bodies will rot, and we will all turn into dust in the universe. All right, I know we're all dust. You can shut up. Han Xiao interrupted Lagi's habitual depression. After stopping Lagi from embarrassing himself, Han Xiao turned to look at Milazors and the others. I still have some errands to deal with. You guys go and rest first. If you need anything, just ask the administrative officer. I'll look for you guys later. Okay. Milazors and the other two did not have any objections. They were in someone else's territory, so they had to abide by etiquette and follow the arrangements. After sending the three of them into the headquarters, Han Xiao went to the office to meet all the officers and ask them about the recent affairs. Now that the army was on the right track, coupled with the deterrence of this leader, no organization in the Shattered Star Ring dared to provoke them. Furthermore, due to the expansion of the Black Star Corps, the galactic pirates and scavengers all hurriedly avoided the army's area of influence, which improved the security of many regions. When it was the logistics department's turn, Reynold finished his report meticulously. After hearing it, Han Xiao did not ask him about the army's affairs but about Nero's learning situation. He's very talented, and his learning speed is very fast. No matter how many theory books I gave him, he could finish them all. He was probably forced to finish them, right? Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he observed 2 seconds of silence for Nero before asking, Where's he? Outside the door. Reynold went out and brought Nero in. After not seeing him for a period of time, Nero had changed a lot. He had a pair of dark circles under his eyes, and he looked sleepy as though he was always sleepy. When Nero saw Han Xiao, he was no longer as lively as before and only stared at him with a blank expression. Hello, Godfather. Looking at his pitiful appearance, Han Xiao felt his scalp ache. Reynold, you're the devil. Look at how you've tormented this child. Han Xiao thought to himself, it seems like I have to hide Nero well and not let any players come into contact with him. Otherwise, those chaotic and evil players might be able to trigger missions like assassinate Reynold from Nero. Shaking his head, Han Xiao asked Nero to come in front of him and lightly poked him. He then looked at Nero's attributes. Wait a minute, this is, after looking at it, Han Xiao's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. In Nero's talent column, a talent that was not there before had appeared. It was intermediate mechanical sense. My guess was right. Nero has the advanced luck glow and has the qualifications to obtain molding talents. He can even learn mechanical sense-related talent. Although it was only intermediate mechanical sense, if Nero continued to learn like this, he might really have a chance to learn Reynold's perfect mechanical sense. Han Xiao had almost given up on the stubborn Reynold. Now that there was a new breakthrough, he was extremely excited. With that thought, Han Xiao rubbed Nero's head and said with concern, Your complexion is too bad. Are you too tired from studying? Nero secretly glanced at Reynold, and his small body trembled slightly. No, I'm not tired, don't be afraid, I'm here. Just speak the truth. Looking at Han Xiao's kind eyes, Nero pursed his lips and felt a surge of courage surging into his heart. He thought of the great people who fought against Darkstar in the history books. Wherever there was oppression, there would be resistance. He finally could not hold it in and loudly complained about the crimes of Demon King Reynold. Godfather, he doesn't treat me as a human at all. Is so much homework for a human to do. I sleep less than 3 hours a day, and it affects my growth. I am still a child. Han Xiao looked at Reynold and snorted. Is there such a thing? Reynold had a solemn expression. Since the army commander has handed Nero to me, I will not let you down. I will definitely nurture him into a mechanic master. Sigh, I know that your intentions are good, but you have to be careful of your methods. Han Xiao shook his head. Hearing that, Nero's eyes regained their luster, and a surge of hope appeared in his heart. Godfather is speaking up for me. Could it be that my hellish life is finally going to end today? He was so excited that he was trembling. Boundless desire surged into his heart like a person who was about to die of thirst seeing an oasis in the desert. At this moment, in Nero's eyes, Han Xiao's entire body seemed to be emitting a holy light. At this time, Han Xiao took out a bottle filled with astral spirit dragon blood. This was Milizor's blood, which he had collected on the battlefield. He then said to Reynold, "Don't worry." He then said to Reynold, "Give this dragon blood to Yi Yeqing and let her research a gentle physique-strengthening medicine." The next moment, Han Xiao turned around and stared at Nero with a smile. Reynold didn't consider it thoroughly. Without a good body, how can you study properly? Using this dragon blood to create medicine can replenish your nutrients and refresh your mind. No matter how late you sleep, it won't affect your growth. Don't worry and follow Reynold. You have to study well. Nero's smile froze on his face, and his eyes slowly widened. In his eyes, the holy light on Han Xiao's body turned into the black aura of a demon in the blink of an eye. His godfather's smile was filled with malice, just like the smile of a demon. 2 bubbles of hot tears gushed out of his tear glands. They were contained in his eyes, almost overflowing like a dam bursting. Nero cried. His cries were heart-wrenching and extremely tragic. It could be said that those who heard it would be heartbroken and those who heard it would shed tears. Godfather is also a demon. Boo-hoo. Daddy, Mommy, I don't want to come to the universe anymore. I want to go home. Upon hearing this, Reynold's eyes lit up, and he nodded with a look of approval. As expected of my beloved army commander, you're also an evil person. Han Xiao told Sylvia to bring Nero to the side to comfort him. It was a pity that Rosalind had gone to cause trouble, or she would have been able to recover easily. Following which, he used a blank character summon card on Reynold to replenish the number of times he could use perfect mechanical sense. Unlike the mission reward, the blank character summon card usually only had one use. He did not know how long it would take for Nero to learn perfect mechanical sense. After the battle on Planet Lighthouse, Han Xiao had always been on guard. He was worried that the arcane church would act out of desperation, so he always prepared his trump cards. After dealing with the internal affairs, Han Xiao went to find Milizor's and the others, bringing them to tour the army headquarters. He also contacted Tarakov to discuss the dynasty's pursuit. The dynasty's fleet in the desolate universe belt of the Shattered Star Ring was smaller than the flickering world. Furthermore, the enemy had used a secret stargate to jump through, so the dynasty was unable to set up a blockade in advance. Making use of this short period of time, Sagman and the others escaped from the dynasty's eyes and escaped to the Shattered Star Ring. According to the spatial folds they left behind, I believe that Sagman and the other 3 have split up, which will make our search more difficult. Tarakov's projection floated beside the 4 of them. When they enter the Shattered Star Ring, it will be like a drop of water entering the ocean, Bioni said with sparks flying out of his mouth. Yes, Her Excellency thinks so too. Tarakov nodded. Furthermore, according to reliable intelligence, in order to save these 4 beyond grade as, the Arcane Church has already activated the spies they have planted in the Shattered Star Ring for many years. Universal civilizations have spies in every starfield, and there are quite a number of them. They disguise themselves as people from various industries and are extremely difficult to see through. With their help, the chances of Sagman and the others escaping will be much higher. Spies in hiding. If we can get the list of spies, we can track them down. Han Xiao stroked his chin and pondered. That's impossible. Tarakov shook his head. Such a list is usually stored in the main database of a universal civilization and is maintained by a beyond grade a virtual mechanic. The firewall is extremely strong, and it's impossible to infiltrate. Did those spies not contact their superiors? The spies of a universal civilization report directly to the Intelligence Bureau. A simple encrypted command is enough to make them lie low for 10 years. They don't have any superiors. If that's the case, then forget it. Han Xiao shook his head and dispelled this thought. Although the difficulty of capturing them has greatly increased, we can't give up halfway, Tarakov said. Furthermore, We have also obtained an unexpected reward. We have implicated the Arcane Church's spy network, so we can try to uproot them and eradicate the Arcane Church's plans in the Shattered Star Ring, destroying their many years of work. If they want to redeploy their spies, it will take at least a few decades. That's good. In terms of probability, instead of chasing after 4 extremely agile beyond grade as, we might as well eliminate the spies of the Arcane Church, Maximila said. He was a tall and steady mechanic. After capturing 2 beyond grade A captives, including Milizors, they were already satisfied with such a result. They were worried that the Arcane Church would lose even more beyond grade as and turn into a large-scale assassination of each other's beyond grade as. This was not unprecedented. At the end of the exploration era, more than 1,000 years ago, there was a historical event known as the Saint Minasun incident. At that time, the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations were not the same people as they were now. The cause of this incident was that an important beyond grade A of the Radiant Federation named Saint Minasun was attacked by 2 beyond grade as of the dynasty. Their goal was to snatch the universal treasure in Saint Minasun's hands. During the escort process, the Radiant Federation gathered more beyond grade as and intercepted them midway to snatch back the universal treasure, killing the 2 dynasty beyond grade as. The 2 dynasty beyond grade as who died had many friends, and this became the fuse that led to the subsequent events. Because of this incident, the Radiant Federation and the Red Empire blamed each other politically and should have ended the matter without a conclusion. However, 9 months later, the dynasties beyond grade as secretly joined forces, went to another starfield, and massacred the headquarters of 3 Radiant Federation allied beyond grade A organizations. 2 beyond grade as of the Radiant Federation were killed, and only one of them managed to escape because he was out. During this period, the blood brother of a beyond grade A from the Arcane Church was a guest in the territory of the attacked party and died in the aftermath. Therefore, the Arcane Church was also dragged into the water, and the large-scale assassination of beyond grade as named Tragedy of the Pinnacles began. The 3 universal civilizations frequently assassinated each other's beyond grade as, and the more people died, the more uncontrollable the situation became. This was because in the eyes of the civilizations, beyond grade as were strategic weapons. If their own beyond grade as died, they would not allow other beyond grade as to survive. Furthermore, under the influence of blood feuds and the attitude of their allies, the 3 universal civilizations were unable to resolve the conflict between the beyond grade as and could only bite the bullet and fight against the beyond grade as. In the Tragedy of the Pinnacles incident, many beyond grade as of the 3 universal civilizations were sacrificed. The turning point of this incident was what the 3 universal civilizations called the Saint Minasun incident and the death of the Arcane Church's beyond grade A brothers. In fact, there was a mastermind behind it, which was the supercluster civilizations at that time. The 3 universal civilizations claimed that they had solid intelligence and were certain that these supercluster civilizations were fanning the flames behind the incident to make them lose their beyond grade as. Then, under their tacit understanding, the 3 universal civilizations shifted the conflict and slaughtered all the beyond grade A allies of the supercluster civilizations. Only then did this bloody tragedy of the Pinnacles incident come to an end. At that time, about half of the beyond grade as in the universe had died. Under the tide, some of the beyond grade as who remained neutral were not able to stay out of it and were forced to join the 3 universal civilizations. As for whether or not the mastermind behind it was the supercluster civilizations, only the 3 universal civilizations knew. Anyway, that was what was written in the history books. The beyond grade as had died, but the civilizations still existed. Although compared to the exploration era, the 3 universal civilizations had been much gentler since the galaxy calendar, most people did not wish to see history repeat itself. After that incident, the chances of beyond grade as being sacrificed decreased significantly. Tarakov smiled and said, "Don't worry. Even if we can't catch Sagman and the others, we still have a target that we can't escape from. It's Cisco, right?" Han Xiao also smiled. The star pupil race was in the Shattered Star Ring, and Cisco could not run away. Even if the dynasty abided by the peace treaty and did not do anything to the star pupil race, Cisco could not possibly stay away forever. Cisco must be very regretful about this. If he had successfully killed Han Xiao, gotten rid of this huge threat, and taken back the evolution cube, even if the dynasty held him accountable, Cisco would have the protection of the Arcane Church, and he would not be in such a passive position. As for now, the word tragic was carved on Cisco's face. Han Xiao only had one thought about Cisco's current situation. It's hopeless. Move. Chapter 859. The dynasty's search in the shattered star ring took longer than expected, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Beyond Grade as of the dynasty had also been stationed in the shattered star ring for a long time. However, the dynasty's search did not yield much results. The Beyond Grade as who had infiltrated the Galactic Society to disguise themselves were too secretive and nimble. In the past 3 months, the dynasty had only caught a lot of spies from the Arcane Church. Occasionally, they would find traces of Sagman and the others, but the dynasty's Beyond Grade as were all in vain. These spies from the Arcane Church were interrogated and questioned about the whereabouts of Sagman and the others. With all kinds of methods, even the spies of a universal civilization could not hide their secrets. However, the Arcane Church had taken precautions, and these spies did not know the exact location of Sagman and the others. They only followed orders and headed to a certain location at a certain time. Some of the information was just a smoke screen to mislead the dynasty. When the Arcane Church decided to use the spy network in the Shattered Star Ring, they were already mentally prepared to lose them. Apart from the Shattered Star Ring, the Red Empire and the Arcane Church were not idle in the other starfields either. In the past 3 months, there had been many border conflicts, and the relationship between the two sides was tense. In conclusion, the Red Empire was aggressively demanding answers, and the Arcane Church was not in the right. At least, in the eyes of the outside world, it seemed like a war was about to break out. However, as the upper echelons of the dynasty, Han Xiao and the others received insider information from Tarakov. The Arcane Church had contacted the Red Empire privately not long ago, and the two sides were already discussing a solution behind the scenes. The attitude of the two sides was just for the outside world to see. In reality, they would not actually fight. The Arcane Church had no choice but to admit defeat. 2 of their Beyond Grade as had been captured by the dynasty, they had to get them back no matter what. Otherwise, who would be willing to risk their lives for them? If they insisted on fighting, they would only make the Radiant Federation laugh their heads off. What the Arcane Church hated the most now was not the Red Empire but the loser Radiant Federation. The Radiant Federation's actions in the Shattered Star Ring could not be hidden from the eyes of the universal civilizations. Just like the dynasty, they were also searching for Sagman and the others. Although their cooperation was limited to the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device, the Arcane Church was still very angry. The Shattered Star Ring was the territory of the Radiant Federation and had a deep foundation. Their interference had caused the Arcane Church's spies to be exposed on a large scale. The friction between civilizations was basically for the sake of benefits, and worshipping Beyond Grade as was also for this purpose. The Arcane Church hoped to resolve this dispute through diplomatic negotiations and ransom Dylan and Mercer. Fleets and various high-tech weapons were the basic military strength of a civilization, and Beyond Grade as were special weapons with a deterrent nature. In the exploration era, the Beyond Grade A combatants of the enemy would either be turned into their own or killed directly. However, the galaxy calendar was gentler than the exploration era. After all, compared to the past, the current galactic situation was more or less stable, and no one could shake the ruling position of the 3 universal civilizations. The battlefield gradually shifted from military to political, cultural, economic, and diplomatic aspects, and the smell of blood was not as strong. Therefore, it was not impossible to ransom Beyond Grade as long as they were willing to pay a huge price, anything could be negotiated. Because in the long years, the 3 universal civilizations had all had Beyond Grade as fall into each other's hands, and such a situation might happen again in the future, they all tacitly agreed to ransom Beyond Grade as. However, this treatment was only limited to the 3 universal civilizations. The supercluster civilizations did not have the right to ransom beyond grade as. Han Xiao did not care about this. He had already received the contribution points, and since he had handed the captives over, it was up to the dynasty to decide what to do with them. In the past 3 months, he had been staying in the Black Star Corps headquarters. Even if he was summoned by the dynasty, he only sent Psionic Prime to lead the mechanical army out. He himself stayed in the headquarters and did not go anywhere. Maximila was the same as him. As a mechanic who could send long-range troops out, the biggest benefit was that he could stay at home. Maximila was a beyond grade A mechanic from the energy branch, and he stayed in the Black Star Corps headquarters as a guest to exchange technology with Han Xiao. The two of them had a lot of fun talking, and their relationship became much closer over the past 3 months. Han Xiao originally thought that Ames would come and find him, but after Ames finished the Stargate, she returned to Floating Dragon Island on her own and did not mention this matter. Her attitude was like she had only done what she wanted to do, and this small matter was not worth mentioning, so there was no need to thank her. This tacit understanding made Han Xiao feel very comfortable. What a reliable ally this was. In the past few days, he had spent most of his time building machinery. With the newly obtained endless material science, he could synthesize all kinds of incredible materials and use them to increase the basic performance of many machines. This would increase the strength of the Mech Legion and create more pressure on the Beyond Grade as. The Mecha Empire could deal with Beyond Grade as with their long-range troops alone, and they could fight against multiple Beyond Grade as at different locations at the same time. This was the orthodox combat style of a mechanic. Han Xiao's strength in this aspect was still lacking, and he still needed a long time to accumulate. After all, he had only been a Beyond Grade A for about a year. During the battle on Planet Lighthouse, his Mech Legion had suffered quite a bit of damage. If not for his Mech Legion holding back the enemy, everyone would have died. Han Xiao used this time to replenish his mechanical army. Developing the flickering world had brought him an endless amount of annas, so he was now very rich. One of the reasons he had built such a large organization was so that he would not have to worry about the cost of building machinery. Han Xiao gave the 3 new apostle weapon slots to Silver Flash, Giant King Kong, and Mad Sky Hunter. The 3 of them awakened their respective apostle weapons, characteristics, and abilities. Silver Flash's long-range damage was increased, and his apostle weapon was a modified version of the Star Destroyer cannon. It was a weapon exclusive to him, and it was called Destruction Spreader. Giant King Kong's specialty was to be a meat shield for the main tank, and his apostle weapon was a strengthened version of the mechanical armor that covered his entire body. It could be dismantled like armor and could also be transformed into a giant shield that could repair itself. It was called Giant God Battlesuit. Giant King Kong's body shape and this armor made Han Xiao think of a certain comic character called Celestial Group in his previous life. Their appearances were 60 to 70% similar. Mad Sky Hunter was a beast-type mechanical life form, and his body structure was different from others. It was twisted and angular, and there was a rough and barbaric charm in its beauty and complexity. A pair of mechanical wings were attached to his back, covering a range of tens of meters. His overall appearance was like a combination of a tiger, a leopard, a wolf, an eagle, and a dragon. His specialty was to be fast and agile. His apostle weapon was a strengthened hyperdrive module with the ability to flicker continuously, and it was called Hunting Module. Han Xiao's apostle weapon slots were usually given to mechanical lives that were relatively early. They had already grown for a period of time and were more reliable. Furthermore, he tried his best to give the slots to different types of mechanical lives to diversify the abilities of his apostle weapons. In the past 3 months, Han Xiao had given out faction missions, and many players had returned to the Shattered Star Ring to participate in the search. The undeveloped star field was not as lively as the explored universe. After staying in the flickering world for a long time, the players had a deep understanding of the vastness and silence of the universe. Often, they would not see anyone even after passing through a few star zones. It was very easy for them to feel that they were so small and lonely. Returning to the Shattered Star Ring could change their mood, and many players felt that the world had become lively again. Exploring an unfamiliar star field was indeed very epic. The players of the Shattered Star Ring also knew that the flickering world was definitely a huge event. However, after actually exploring it, the novelty would fade. In comparison, some of them were more willing to stay in the Shattered Star Ring. There were countless NPCs in the Galactic Society, and there were many different ways to play and events. Han Xiao did not force this group of players. Although he occasionally joked that the players were coolies, he knew the nature of the players very well. Sometimes, benefits would give way to interests, and this was what most of the normal players were after. He would not forcefully restrict the freedom of the players. All he did was give out missions and rewards. As for whether the players would do it or not, it was none of his business. After all, these players still did not know that the next version of the flickering world would be the most lively place in the universe. On the forums, Pork Bun edited the video of the battle on Planet Lighthouse into a video. Some of the scenes that were not filmed were added in the dungeon, which attracted a new wave of attention. Everyone was very curious, and after watching it, they were shocked. A battle between 11 beyond grade as, this was the first time the players had seen such a huge scene. It was worth mentioning that after Han Xiao obtained the right to create the dungeon for the battle on Planet Lighthouse, he created dungeon crystals and sold them in the faction store. Although the difficulty of the dungeon was far beyond what the players could bear, he knew that the players were curious about the battle between beyond grade as, so he saw this as a business opportunity. As expected, the sales of the dungeon crystals for the battle on Planet Lighthouse were very high. According to the statistics, the average survival time of the players in this dungeon was about 47 seconds. The players were mainly curious about the strength of the beyond grade as. What they wanted to know the most was the true strength of Army Commander Han Xiao, and the players now had a deep understanding of this. An ordinary cannon fodder mechanical soldier with the mechanical force bonus was equivalent to a boss-level monster to the players. Killing a team of 10 players was as easy as chopping vegetables. They had almost no room to retaliate, and even breaking through the defense was difficult. Looking at the battlefield, Black Star seemed to have tens of millions of such mechanical soldiers. After experiencing this torturous journey, the players had a clearer understanding of Han Xiao's actual strength. Since version 1.0, Black Star's danger level had always been extremely fatal because the highest was only extremely fatal. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door of the machinery modification room. Han Xiao, who was adjusting the assembly line, stopped what he was doing and asked Philip to open the door. Lagi and a forbidden sorcerer in a red robe walked in. "Greetings, Your Excellency Black Star." This forbidden sorcerer bowed. "Master Austin sent me to receive the materials we agreed on." "Okay, I've already prepared them. Wait a moment, I'll get the workers to move them onto your spaceship." Han Xiao waved his hand and asked Philip to contact the logistics department and give them the few boxes of amber balls he had prepared. This was one of the conditions he had agreed on with Austin. Since the old man had fulfilled his promise, he naturally would not go back on his word. The forbidden sorcerer bowed again, chatted for a while, and left. Han Xiao was about to continue adjusting the machine when he realized that Lagi was beside him and had no intention of leaving. "Why are you still here?" Han Xiao raised his brows. "You don't like me?" Hearing this, Lagi frowned. "As expected, people like me won't be liked anywhere. My boss doesn't like me, so I should just jump ship." "Nonsense, when did I ever dislike you?" Han Xiao had a headache and hurriedly stopped him. "What do you want to tell me? If there's nothing, hurry up and go back to slacking. Don't disturb me. Sigh, you didn't treat me like this in the past. When you asked me to enchant you, you respected me so much." Lagi sighed and said bitterly, "As expected, you don't like me anymore. What's with that resentful tone of yours?" Han Xiao's eyelids twitched, and he resisted the urge to hit him. "If you have something to say, say it. If you don't disturb me." Lagi shook his head and said, "I'm actually here to give you a suggestion." As soon as this was said, Han Xiao's eyes widened, and he looked at Lagi as if he had discovered a new continent. "What's going on? Isn't my deputy captain a decoration? Since when did he know how to give suggestions? Could it be that the sun is rising from the west? Oh, artificial sun. It can rise from anywhere. What suggestion do you have? Han Xiao could not help but lower his voice. He had a strange feeling of being careful, like a hunter meeting a deer in the forest. He was afraid of scaring the prey away, so he slowed down his breathing. I heard from His Excellency Milizors that you've chased after him a few times without success. And then? Han Xiao nodded. Milizors was a master of secret techniques, and for some reason, he seemed to admire Lagi a lot. As the deputy captain of the army, Lagi was also someone with status. Recently, he had been in contact with Milizors frequently, asking him for some secret techniques. Even if it was because of Han Xiao, Milizors would not reject him. The shattered star ring is so big. If a beyond grade A is determined to hide, how can we find him? I think we should give up on the chase and let the Red Empire find him themselves. We shouldn't waste manpower and resources, Lagi said. That's weird. Why are you suddenly concerned about this? Did you take the wrong medicine from Yi Yeqing? Han Xiao was confused. As the deputy captain, isn't it normal for me to be concerned about the development of the army? Lagi had a bitter expression. It seems like in your heart. Stop. As soon as he heard Lagi speak, Han Xiao felt a headache coming on. Speaking of which, most people who had been in contact with Lagi for a long time would have such a reaction. Han Xiao decided to name this symptom Lagi syndrome. Alright, I've heard your suggestion. I'll take it based on the situation. Can you leave now? Han Xiao smiled, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. You really don't like me. Scram. In a large neutral spaceport in the shattered star ring. On the bustling dock street, Sagman and Taylor blended into the crowd. At this time, the two of them used magic to disguise themselves and turned into two ordinary-looking Asso clan members. They were humanoid creatures with blue skin. The most eye-catching features were the purple circles around their eyes, their palms only had 3 fingers, and each of their ears had 4 auricles. The two of them walked into the spaceport and did an identity check at the gate. Through facial recognition and a magnetic communicator card, they searched for the identity database of galactic residents. The screen showed that there were indeed people there, and the two of them successfully passed through the gate. Their disguises were from the Arcane Church's spies who had come into contact with them not long ago. Their identities were real, and they had also obtained dozens of fake identities that could be changed at any time. After entering the spaceport hall, the two of them looked around and realized that there were a few suspicious people in the corner of the hall. They were sizing up the passers-by and had an unusual aura. Seeing this, the two of them communicated telepathically. It's the spies searching for us again. There are even spies here. In order to hunt us down, the dynasty has really used a lot of resources. I wonder how things are on Ninja's side. After escaping from the flickering world, the 4 of them split up into 3 groups. Ninja fled alone with the 10,000 deity scepter, Sagman and Taylor teamed up, and Cisco made use of the star pupil god race's influence to move alone. During this time, the Red Empire and Radiant Federation spies were all over the shattered star ring, and Sagman and Taylor were having a hard time. Thankfully, they had the help of the Arcane Church's spies, which allowed them to hide their tracks and not be discovered. The two of them were very depressed. As a beyond grade A, they would be respected wherever they went. He clearly possessed great power, but now he actually had to avoid these weak spies, hiding here and there like a mouse, fleeing in panic. This was too depressing. The two of them changed spaceships many times along the way, and they changed spaceships almost every time they arrived at a new place. They had bought new spaceships at this spaceport not long ago with clean aners and were currently storing them in the spaceport's hangar. The two of them were preparing to set off again. As they walked, a slight commotion could be heard from one of the docks, and this small commotion could not escape their senses. Looking over, they saw a group of Black Star troopers in armor walking out of the tunnel. The emblem of the organization was engraved on the chest of the armor like a black star radiating light. It was the emblem of the Black Star Corps. The crowd parted to form a path, and their respectful gazes focused on this group of Black Star Corps troopers. As a new Beyond Grade A organization, the members of the Black Star Corps would be surrounded in many places and receive special treatment. Sagman frowned. They are from the Black Star Corps. Black Star's subordinates are very strange. Avoid them. The two of them retracted their gazes and hurriedly left in another direction. At the same time, this group of Black Star Corps troopers walked through the crowd, enjoying the respectful gazes of the passers-by. At this time, a member of the army suddenly looked in the direction that Sagman and Taylor left. He was a little confused and nudged his companion beside him. Strange, I think I saw 2 red names over there, but they disappeared in the blink of an eye. I don't know if I saw wrongly. This is a neutral spaceport. They might be galactic pirates or something. Shall we follow and take a look? Chapter 860. The neutral port was bustling with people. The two of them walked toward the boathouse while planning their escape route. We have many choices. The 2 most stable ones are to accept the help of the spies and escape using stargates. The other is to hide our identities and slowly cross the shattered star ring. Both are risky. If we want to cross the star field, Klent Sol Cluster and the Black Star Corps Colton Star Cluster are forbidden areas. We have to avoid them. There's also a method that depends on luck. The center of the shattered star ring is a group of wormholes. We can use those unstable wormholes to leave this star field. Just as the two of them were discussing, they suddenly sensed that there were people following them from behind. Their footsteps paused, and they turned around to take a look, only to realize that the few Black Star Army members they had met earlier were following behind them, looking at them from time to time. Taylor was shocked. Why are the Black Star Corps members watching us? Don't make a fuss. Let's see what they want to do. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Sagman frowned, pretended not to notice, and walked toward the hangar. After a few turns, the crowd around them gradually thinned out. A few army players were still following them. Only then did the two of them confirm that the Black Star Corps members were indeed watching them and seemed to be trying to figure out the location of their spaceship. The two of them looked at each other. What do we do? Did they recognize us? It doesn't seem like it, but just in case, let's get rid of them and not let them follow us. We'll change our disguises immediately. This is the neutral port. Don't make too much of a commotion. Don't let others know that we're the ones who did it. Okay, I'll make them disappear silently. On the other side, a few army players were following behind them and talking in the team channel. The threat level of these 2 red names is extremely lethal. Can we beat them? It's all right. The army will give us extra rewards for capturing galactic pirates. If we confirm that they're galactic pirates, we can request for help from the army members nearby. These players had already used detection on Sagman and Selena, but they did not show their real names. What they showed was the name of a disguised identity, but it was a red name that represented the enemy faction. Their information was filled with question marks, and only the danger level column showed extremely lethal. Red names were not uncommon in the galaxy. Most of them were galactic pirates and scavengers. Therefore, when these players saw Sagman's red name, they thought that they were galactic pirates. It was not that they could not communicate with red names, but because they were enemies, it was very easy for them to be attacked. The Black Star Corps and the Red Empire were on the same side. Recently, the Arcane Church and the Arcane Church were in open conflict. Therefore, all the members of the Arcane Church had red names for the Black Star Corps players. A few players wanted to continue tracking, but in the next moment, their soul vision suddenly changed. They saw their bodies turn into white light and disappear, entering the state of waiting to be resurrected. Hey! How did I die? Me too. What the hell? Why didn't I see any attack? A few players were stunned. They hurriedly opened the interface to check the battle notification. Although they did not see how the enemy attacked, the interface showed a damage notification. The attacker's name was one of the 2 red names. It seemed to have used a silent mental attack, instantly killing a few players. If that was all, it would be fine. However, what shocked the few of them was the damage they received. 84,000 points of damage? The few of them almost thought that they had seen an extra 0. More than 80,000 points of damage, that was many times their maximum health. This attack was enough to kill them several times over. What kind of power was this? What level were these two red names at? Calamity grade? Curiosity surged in the players' hearts. We seem to have met someone incredible. Big fish. Coming into contact with them will definitely trigger a hidden storyline. Just as they were discussing, one of the players suddenly had a change in expression. They easily dealt more than 80,000 points of damage to us. Do you still remember the Planet Lighthouse dungeon we fought in yesterday? Wait, I seem to have understood something. The few of them suddenly realized that their team had not participated in the exploration of the flickering world but had stayed in the Shattered Star Ring to work for the Mercenary League. Therefore, when the Planet Lighthouse dungeon appeared, they had immediately experienced it. When they were suffering in the dungeon, they had once died to an unknown beyond grade A's AoE. And this level of damage seemed to be the standard of those beyond grade as in the dungeon. In other words, those two extremely lethal red names might not be Calamity grade supers but beyond grade as. They then thought of the mission to hunt down the arcane churches beyond grade A supers recently. The few players suddenly realized that they seemed to have met their mission target. After using a secret spell to get rid of the Black Star Corps members who were following them, Sagman and Taylor hurriedly found the boathouse, left the orbit, and flew out of one of the gates of the spaceport, entered the universe, and slowly left the neutral spaceport space station. The two of them bought a small spaceship model that could be seen everywhere and was very inconspicuous. Seeing that there were no Black Star Corps battleships chasing after them, the two of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Taylor was relieved. They had killed a few Black Star warriors without anyone noticing. The difference in strength was too great, and no one could see through his methods. It seemed like their identities would not be exposed. For safety's sake, the two of them decided to change their identities and buy a new spaceship at the next station. However, they still could not understand why these Black Star Corps members would target them. They had only met each other for a short while, and they had not given themselves away in any way. Indeed, Black Star's subordinates were very strange. Black Star Corps Headquarters, Machinery Workshop. KA. On a round operation base, more than a dozen mechanical arms and a few welding torches were assembling a humanoid robot body under the guidance of mechanical force. As the various mechanical parts were connected together, the product gradually took shape. The robot body that was hot out of the furnace was bright red, and the cooling guns around it spat out a mist of cooling liquid, making a sizzling sound. This step was completed very quickly, followed by a quick paint job. In the cold white mist, a silver, black, and yellow robot was created and stood there quietly. Han Xiao waved his hand, and the various tools automatically returned to the operation base. He then said, "Philip, start the adjustment and self-check." Understood. RX-001 generation mechanical body, codenamed Mammoth, starting the first adjustment. Nanoparticles flowed on the surface of the robot like scales opening and closing. The results of the self-check were very quickly analyzed, and the various parameters were displayed in front of Han Xiao. Han Xiao browsed through the parameters of this product and nodded with satisfaction. What he was building this time was not mechanical soldiers but a carrier to carry the key skill, Lord's Descent. Han Xiao had already tested the effects of Lord's Descent. In the actual test, he realized that different models of mechanical soldiers as carriers would share different abilities, and it depended on the performance, components, and materials of the mechanical soldiers. He realized that the mechanical soldiers used for combat were not the best carriers, and the effects of Lord's Descent on mechanical lifeforms were not ideal. Mechanical lifeforms had their own consciousness, and two consciousnesses shared a body, causing the power they projected to be weakened. If they forcefully projected too much power, it would even damage the consciousness of the mechanical lifeform. In terms of carriers, it was not as good as mechanical soldiers. Therefore, after all kinds of calculations, Han Xiao felt that customizing a mechanical body to be used as a carrier for Lord's Descent would be the best way to maximize the effects of this skill. It just so happened that if he used Lord's Descent on the same target multiple times, there would be a chance to form a soul connection, which would probably strengthen the effect of Lord's Descent. He was not prepared to treat the mechanical body as a consumable but as a long-term carrier. This mechanical body used many precious synthetic materials, including a new material that he had synthesized using endless material science. He named it first-generation Blackstar alloy. It had powerful energy, physics, high, low, and high-pressure resistance, and nano-repair functions. It could also absorb and transform many kinds of energy. The material was extremely tough, and its atomic structure was compact. It could withstand extremely high loads and was very durable. This was an important condition to maximize the effects of Lord's Descent. Han Xiao knocked on the outer armor of the mammoth mechanical body, but there was no clear knocking sound. It was as if the vibration had been absorbed by the alloy. Not bad. A material with the ability to absorb energy and nano-repair. When Lord's Descent descends, there will be a chance to share my energy conversion and cell regeneration molding talents, Han Xiao thought. Just as he was about to test the actual effect, Philip's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Master, a member of the army has provided a clue to the whereabouts of a Beyond Grade A from the Arcane Church. According to the priority you set, I directly reported it to you without Sylvia. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Oh, someone actually got a clue. Let me see. The next moment, his vision changed, and the intelligence appeared before his eyes. It was the report of the players who had been killed instantly. Although they were unable to reveal information such as red names and could only explain in an uncertain tone that they had been killed, Han Xiao knew the nature of the players. He would not doubt the superiority of the players in terms of information. After quickly skimming through the intelligence, he already had an idea. There's a very high chance that it's a Beyond Grade A from the Arcane Church. There are only 2 of them, and they did indeed split up. These 2 fellows have disguised their identities. They definitely have more than one disguise. These players have alerted the enemy, so they'll definitely change their disguises. However, this intelligence is also a breakthrough. Han Xiaoxin was excited. The biggest problem of the dynasty's search was that they could not lock onto the whereabouts of the 4 targets. They could only search everywhere. Now, although these players had alerted the enemy and failed to successfully track the 2 Beyond Graders, they had confirmed where the 2 Beyond Graders were. This was very helpful to the dynasty's search. They did not need to search blindly anymore, and the dynasty's search range was greatly reduced. In this regard, the player's search ability seems to have an advantage. I've got it. Red Empire Search Operation Area Investigation, Mission Introduction. The Black Star Corps has received a clue that a suspected Beyond Grade A from the Arcane Church has appeared in the Fleur Star Cluster, Triple Wood System, Star Zone 9, Furnace Neutral Port. Army members are now being recruited to search this area. If you find any new clues, please report immediately. You will receive an internal reward. Army Commander, Black Star. Mission requirements: search this area, find the whereabouts of the target, and report the clues. Hint: the target has disguised himself to a certain extent. Pay more attention to red names with extremely lethal danger level. If there are 2 of them, there is a high chance that they are the mission target. This mission is a prize pool mission. Accepting the mission requires 200 experience. Those who discover the clue can split the prize pool equally. Base pool: 10 million experience, 3 million ANA's current accumulated reward, 0 after checking and confirming that there were no problems. Han Xiao sent this mission out. He was extremely rich now. He had once risked his life for a few 100,000 ANAs, but now, he could spend 3 million ANAs without even blinking. He had completely become a tycoon. At this point, the Black Star Corps assets were extremely solid, and their future prospects were vast. Recently, countless financial groups had contacted Han Xiao, wanting to help the Black Star Corps get listed. However, he had rejected all of them for the time being. As for the few players who had provided the information, Han Xiao was not stingy and gave them a generous reward on the interface. By the way, make a copy of this information and give it to Tarakov. Got it, After doing this, Han Xiao asked, are the battleships of those players still parked in that neutral port? Yes, Han Xiao raised his brows, twisted his neck, and immersed himself in the quantum network with an eager expression. "All right, Philip, hack into the database of the neutral port and open up the data link channel." Every terminal controlled by Philip could be used as a starting point for virtual intrusion, allowing Han Xiao to hack into different databases. Asking the players to help him search was just one aspect. Han Xiao also planned to use the direction of virtual intrusion to thoroughly investigate the entry and exit records of the neutral port, find the disguises the two of them used, and then search for all the experiences of these two identities. Perhaps he could obtain more useful information. In the interstellar quantum network era, basically every galactic resident would leave many traces on the internet. Where they were born, what they did, when they went to where they went, how much they spent, and so on. Everything was recorded. In the eyes of ordinary hackers and virtual mechanics, most people's privacy was transparent. Although the 4 people from the Arcane Church were beyond grade as, they were not mechanics, so it was naturally impossible for them to use virtual techniques to erase the traces they left on the quantum network. This gave Han Xiao a chance. They might change their identities, but they probably won't change spaceships during the voyage. Through the records of the spaceships, there's a chance to lock onto their whereabouts. Han Xiao nodded. This time, the players had made a huge contribution. As long as the target's whereabouts were exposed, it would not be so easy for them to escape from him, a virtual mechanic. Thinking about Lagi's advice not too long ago, Han Xiao's expression became a little strange. What a sharp and toxic healer. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.